Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful South Florida. I am Marsh, joined in the booth today by Rick Blaze. We have the opening game for both SimWorld South America and Yacht Club. Rick, welcome to South Florida, baby.
Hey, I love me some South Florida, man. Happy to be here, Marsh. Happy to get this game started. It's everybody's first game playing as far as South America and Miami or Yacht Club, so I'm ready to get this thing going.
We are, and I could not agree more. I'm like an hour from home. This is a phenomenal little opener for both of us here to the SimWorld season as we are ready for tip-off after some difficulties here in South Florida. The traffic is always difficult in South America, unable to get to the arena on time. So that's why we're a couple minutes late here for tip. But we are on the way South America with the basketball. Rick, a couple of points on both sides. Who and what are you watching for tonight?
Well, first I have to say, Marsh is very kind. The reality was I'm on South Beach having a stogie, smoking a stogie, eating paella, talking to some women. So I lost track of time. Please excuse me. And I'm ready to go. I'm looking forward to seeing, I forgot what I'm talking about. Those girls. All right, so for Yacht Club, you know, they got some guys, Trey Willis, Jay Laster, Dominic Bianco. We know about him, and so I'm looking forward to see how these guys play. Both teams play their first game of the season to kind of see how they kick it off.
Yeah, you mentioned Dominic Bianco, the number 12 ranked prospect in SimWorld Hoops. I know that you are a scouring of every game that's been played. What's the difference with Dominic Bianco from last season to this?
I think maturity, and also I just think his overall game has matured. I think that he's in a good position this year to be in a leadership position with this team, and he can also not only lead by example on the court. I think this team is only going to go as far as Bianco takes them.
He's definitely the top guy for this organization, and he returns after I guess you could call it an up and down season a year ago, where they just Yacht Club really never found a way to get their act together. They couldn't quite come together in terms of what they wanted to do, and they just felt like a team in the midst of constant turmoil every step of the way.
Agreed. Oh, good foul. I'm a fan of hard fouls. And by the way, these jerseys are growing on me too. Slightly.
South America ones are sharp. Tayshawn Eason called for the foul there since Patricio Ramirez. No, I'm not normally a Gradient fan, but rocking the champion brand, I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, I would agree. And the Yacht Club jerseys, those are the jerseys I said was off the unis that are growing on me. It looks much better in person than it does in the picture.
Let me just say this about the Yacht Club uniforms. As a proud member of the colorblind community, I can't see much of anything on that jersey with the white and the very soft blue. So I'm going to just come out and say I'm going to need your hand a little bit here, Rick, on who on Yacht Club is scoring, because, like I said, those numbers are not popping for the visually impaired like myself.
Yeah.
But we're 2 minutes in, and again, apologize for the late start, as Rick fully admitted he was on South Beach time, which, of course, is 5 o'clock always. But we're underway, South America and Yacht Club in the opener for both teams. South America and Yacht Club have yet to play, and it is a very much anticipated game as we get a bucket on the far end for Yacht Club. For Yacht Club, they have had one of the most tumultuous seasons of anyone in SimWorld. To give you a quick timeline of events, they, as we mentioned, had an up and down season a year ago. Shortly after, Chad Smith departs, and within, I think, 2 weeks ends up as the Showtime head coach. Claimed it was health reasons for his initial departure, as the three falls on the other end were Carmelo Vega. After that, after the departure of Chad Smith, they hire head coach Marcus Laster, and they start to get some stability. They bring in the embattled Khalil Erickson, who subsequently has a really good summer, only to then be ruled ineligible because of recruiting violations that took place prior to head coach Marcus Laster's arrival. And then right before the season, they suspended center Adam Max for the entire year for his social media antics. Rick, that's a lot to say. I don't know if there's a quicker way to do it, but that's how tumultuous this has been. It's a huge slam on the opposite end for Enrique Abalume.
Yeah. It sounds like some South Beach stuff. It's Miami, baby. What you expect? The only thing smooth sailing around here is the boat on the water. Everything else in Miami is choppy day in, day out.
And the turnover leads to Pedro Alexander, excuse me, trying to get a little flair in there unnecessarily. The interesting part about their chaos is that it's not something that you would have expected when you look at the other at least the pro basketball team in town. The Miami Heat aren't known for instability. They're known for pure stability. It's just not happening here.
Agree. I mean, it's early, and a lot of those things, Coach Lassiter, he's some of that stuff you got to learn as you go, right? I'm sure he didn't know Adam Max was going to turn out the way Adam Max turned out to be. No one knew that. He took a flyer on the kid, and it didn't pay off. So it happens that way sometimes.
Block there for Washington DeBrito on Dominic Bianco. So they got 2.7 seconds to shoot here is Yacht Club. For South America, this is one of those teams that's tough to get a great gauge on. Like any of the international teams, is Bianco's going to have to heave here late in the shot clock front rim. Because of last season, the international teams just didn't play a lot. So what's the kind of expectations for South America, especially when you factor in the really, really good starts for some of the other international teams, Asia Pacific, Lannis. Africa's been frisky. They're playing right now. What's the expectation?
Well, I think South America has been watching how these other international teams have been catching these U.S. teams with their pants down, so to speak. And so I think South America, they have a solid team. Patricia Ramirez is their biggest star. And they got Mike House, who's from Texas. And also it's Carmelo Vega. So they got some solid guys. Like most international teams, they're going to play really good team ball and let their stars shine when they get their moment to. Keep the game close and try to win at the end.
Patricia Ramirez there extends the lead to 6, and that draws our first timeout. This one coming from Yacht Club. We will take a quick break. When we get back, will be the second half of the first quarter. Welcome back to Miami. We are just over 4 minutes into the first quarter. South America and Yacht Club season opener for both squads. And it has been a South America parade to the free throw line so far, as they have gotten Patricio Ramirez and Enrique Abalume have gotten hot for them. And it's been a quiet night for Dominic Bianco, who doesn't get that one to fall. But the rebound goes on the putback for Yacht Club and 13-9. Jermichael Guzman there gets the bucket to fall.
That was a good tip in, by the way, by Yacht Club.
There haven't been a ton of positives for Yacht Club. They're 9 points, certainly, but they just haven't shown a ton of offensive consistency so far in the first. But plenty of time to go. Shot clock winding down here. The deep three won't fall for Luna da Costa. Rebound to Bianco, headed the opposite direction.
And Bianco needs to get going. He's there we go. As I speak, again, he's gonna go as far. Yacht Club's gonna go as far as Bianco takes him.
Bianco falls in. Bianco has entered the season. I think there's competition for that role as one of the fastest guys in the league. As the tip there from Rizzo Davis right so breaks up the potential alley-oop. Now loose ball on the floor. Corralled by Adelume, but Bianco, the key to his game is speed. He is one of the fastest players in the league with an intense ability to just get downhill and score whenever he wants. And now the alley-oop. Davis right still.
Nice. Speaking of backcourt, between Bianco and Trey Willis, they may have the fastest backcourt in all of Seminole.
It might. I mean, there's a lot of competition for it, but excuse me, you're absolutely right. And it comes after a year ago where where it was a very similar situation for then the Miami Stars. This is an area, a city that certainly knows their way around a quick guard. And there goes Bianco. Lord have mercy, Dominic Bianco. Put him on a poster and we're tied at 15. My goodness, Rick.
Yeah, that's worth the timeout. Jeez.
That is necessary as I believe it's a 7-0, 7-2 run has tied this game at 15 apiece with a minute and a half to go in the first quarter. South America, at one promising start, has dwindled, and that's because of Dominic Bianco. 6 points, added in an alley-oop there to right sill, Davis right sill, and we are knotted at 15 apiece.
And not only did they score 6 points, but their defense has turned up a little bit too. Like just now, their defense is turning into offense, and I think that's where Coach Laster wants to play it.
Big block from Davis right still. Downhill, coming to the rack is Diego Fernandez ends the little spurt. And South America back on top, 17-15. We enter the final minute to play here in the first quarter. We see a full-court press in play here for South America. All that's done is open up the lane for Bianco. Can't get it ball.
I don't agree with that press. You don't want to press guys like Bianco and Trey Willis. So once they get by you, it's curtains.
Full court press in the first quarter is not something that I would ever advocate for. A difficult bucket made there from Jaime Luis Donoso. 19-15 for one opportunity for South America. Look at the last shot of the first quarter. Bianco operating inside, bodying up, but out. But the stick out of bounds.
Get that out of here, boy.
I believe that's Patricio Ramirez there on the block, and he has showcased a lot of things early on in this game.
Yeah, Patricio is their guy. And you have to be with a name like Patricio, with a first name like Patricio. That's translating to use in American language is Patrice. So if your name is Patrice as a guy, you have to be a tough SOB.
Trey Willis into the paint, can't get the tough contested jumper to go. We'll get the final shot for South America, who has withstood the run from the Yacht Club. We tied it up at 15. An opportunity to take a 6 or 7 point lead. Ramirez on the alley-oop.
Patricio.
Nice.
Ramirez.
Alley and catch and finish with 2 seconds left.
The buzzer. Bucket.
Wow.
A big bucket from Styles Jalelo, and we head to the break 21-17 through the first quarter. Opening night for both squads here in South Florida. South America on top. Welcome back to South Florida. We are in Miami for opening night for Yacht Club and South America. A bit of a running game in the first quarter. Yacht Club fell down early, rallied back, but a late spurt by South America has them up 21-17 thanks to a Styles Jalelo deep two to end the quarter, cuts that down to that 4-point game. Second quarter underway, Rick. What's going to be the difference here? What's kind of been established, in your opinion, between both?
I think Yacht Club has definitely turned up the defense, and they're getting out and running more now. And Bianco's being Bianco. I think for Central South America, they're doing a decent job of hanging on. They got to kind of just weather the storm right now and get some quality shots offensively.
Bianco, leading scorer in the game, now up to 8 points. Jay Laster has a single three for Yacht Club. No one else with more than 2 points. As a feed inside gets Pedro Alexander going. Patricio Ramirez leading the way, though, for South America with 5. It's been a bit of a statement quarter, I would say, for Patricio Ramirez, as to the pipe. Inside goes Trey Willett. Oh, I apologize there. That was Malachi Ammons. Excuse me. So 23-21, but Patricio Ramirez, in my opinion, Rick, probably the biggest story of this game.
Yes. Oh!
2 more for him.
Patricio Ramirez.
Hey, I know the announcer can't get up for that dunk, but god damn it, that was a really good dunk that he really played down. Patricio Ramirez. Hey, I understand he's not from Miami, but man, it takes a lot of restraint to not jump out of your seat for that.
Well, come on, that's the home cooking, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying, it couldn't be my job because I'm gonna call it how I see it. If it's a good play, it's a good play.
How about that one, Rick? Another slam from Patricio Ramirez is up to 9 points in the game. Last 2 of them coming on a highlight reel as the up and under get it to go for Malachi Ammons. Is that call right there? Is that PA call good enough for you, Rick?
Yeah, that's. I think the PA call is better than the move itself. I don't think that move deserves such a great PA call, to be honest.
Home court advantage. That's home court advantage. Baxter on the defense. Doesn't matter. Diego Fernandez with a tough bucket. 29-23, a little out-of-town score update for you at the end of the first half as we got started a little late as the turnover. The Originators up on the North 40-26 at the break.
What you think about that?
I mean, it's DJ Wagner, man. I mean, this is the number 1 recruit. We're finally getting some activity from him. I'm not surprised to see for them early on as 3 won't fall.
You think the North has a fighter's chance of coming back?
You know, I'm not a huge believer in the North. You know, I think they have. I don't know. Oh, Trey Willis ball.
Now that announced name, that was working.
That was the bucket though on the other end for South America. But to your point on the North, you know, they don't have the star. I don't think a star is the only way to win, but to really be a threat, I do think a star is necessary, or a fringe one. I just don't know that Marcus Lefat is that guy.
I get it. Hey, I got to give a quick shout out to South America. They seem to be unfazed by the highlight reels that Yacht Club's putting on. They come right back down the court and they put up a basket themselves. I like that mentality. Like, yo, we came here to win. We're not going to get caught up in all the hoopla. Anything you guys can do, we can do our version of. I respect that.
Well, I think that's the sign of a team that's capable of getting an offensive 3-second violation. I think that's a sign of a championship contending team, one that does not allow big moments by the opponent, especially on the road, to phase them and impact their approach. It's get the ball in and let's go put 2 points back on the board for our side.
So are you saying South America's a championship type team right now?
I'm saying that's the skill set and that's the personality that championship level teams have. Now, you know, 12 minutes of basketball isn't going to tell me that South America is suddenly a championship team, but
gotcha.
The ability to say, you had a dunk, we're going to go answer. Not many teams have that type of composure.
Yeah, I agree.
3 won't fall on the other end. Rebound to Emons. To Garrett Hart. Operating on Patricio Ramirez and Malachi Ammons. He's got 6 off the bench very quickly here in the second quarter. And Yacht Club hanging around because of it. Down just 4. It's a big night and 2 more for it. Patricio
Ramirez.
Big question here for you, Rick. There's a bit of a hole in the center position for Yacht Club. Playing a man down, and without Adam Mack, we mentioned he was suspended. Let's say Patricio Ramirez is doing what he's doing. I'd say Patricio Ramirez is 6'9". He plays a little bit more of a wing than he does a big. And a dunk from Trey Willis adds in to Jay Lasker. Is this a different story if we have Adam Max out there?
Man, that's a really good question. I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, again, this guy was signed, you know, almost sight unseen type thing. So we saw very little of Adam. We knew he was a physical presence. So I would like to say, yeah, it will make some difference if he's there. Just because his size doesn't just grow on trees, and no one on Yacht Club can match his size. So it does make a difference. I just wouldn't know. I couldn't tell you how much of a difference it would have made.
2 points extends the lead back to 6. 35-29. South America on top. They seem to be getting to the paint whenever they choose to do so, whether that's Patricio Ramirez or the rest of this roster, and that is a big part of why, despite a pretty good offensive game thus far for the Yacht Club, they still trail here late in the second quarter, as we're getting a nice view here inside our Brickell Stadium. See Yacht Club playing their home opener in the new digs.
Yeah.
I know you're a fan of South Beach. Are you a fan of Brickell as well?
I am. They got some nice women on Brickell too. And trust me, they got nice bars, nice women, some older women too. But the older women got their little money, so they don't mind spending for your boy. So Brickell's all right with me.
I didn't realize you're health and multiple generation.
Oh yeah, I'm equal opportunities, Marsh.
I guess age is just a number, right, Rick?
you and Aaliyah said it best.
Me and who?
Aaliyah,
Aaliyah.
the singer.
I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
I just couldn't hear you up there, so I didn't get you.
Patricio Ramirez.
As
I know one
Patricio-
thing.
Go
That
ahead.
announcer gonna get caught. He gonna get tired of saying his name. Oh,
Saying Trey Willis. I keep messing them up. I apologize to both of them. Jay Laster with the slam there. Jay Laster having a good second quarter. Trey Willis has been bad, but Jay Laster's been the one here keeping them afloat after Malachi Ammons checked out.
and this Yacht Club team is built. You know, for a team that's built primarily on speed, they sure seem really slow on defense. when it's trying to get back on defense, everybody just gets real slow. But when on offense, they run it. Look at this. They're the first one down court on offense. On defense, they're the last one down court. It's weird.
And Rizzo Davis Reitzel keeps the play alive. That's to Jay Laster. He can't get the 3 to go. Garrett Hart can't get the board. But they have some major size disadvantage. You look at Patricio Ramirez is a impactful 6'9", as Luna DaCosta. The 6'9", Rizzo Davis Reitzel and Tyshawn Eastham, the two 6'9ers for the Yacht Club, they just aren't as impactful of defenders. Right? They're not guys that you turn to in traffic. Is the slam. Rizzo Davis does get it to fall.
Loose upside, Joe head. Now, that's a great dunk, Marsh. Now, let me ask you a question really quick. I know some. Oh, we have no block party.
Get it back.
Go ahead, Marsh. Call it.
Look, I got nothing to say. I tell them they don't have shot blockers, and Davis Reitzel comes out and does it. 3 for Bianco won't fall though. Rebound to Trey Willis. Keeps the play alive. Bianco in. Dishes to Reitzel, can't handle it. And that's a tough turnover there as South America will get the last shot. I want to get the question, Rick, but we'll take it in the third quarter.
Sure.
We have 10 seconds, a major mismatch inside with Patricio Ramirez guarded by Dominic Bianco. They don't get him the ball. Instead, they're going to go for a very contested Alume jumper, which won't fall, and that'll take us to the break. 41-35 at the half. We'll be back. welcome back to Miami for the second half. South America and Yacht Club. South America on the back of a hot first quarter from Patricio Ramirez owning a 6-point lead. There's a big slam down the rack goes Trey Willis. Trey Willis, 5 assists in the first half, and a statement dunk, Rick.
I tell you what, Trey Willis don't have a lot of points, but when he does score, he makes it worthwhile. That's for sure.
Impactful points, and who's been impactful has been Patricio Ramirez. 13 points in the first half, 2 steals, 2 blocks, as he has carried a South American team that came in a little under the radar as Garrett Hart gets his own offensive board. But he has made a statement in terms of his appearance and his arrival on this team.
Yes, he's the de facto leader for this team. He's leading by example tonight, and he's the reason why they're up 2 points right now.
One of the players, I know, Rick, we were talking before the game that you had said you were keeping an eye on was Mike House. We haven't seen a lot of Mike House so far.
Yeah, they're going to need – this game is getting close to a lot of back and forth. And as we see now, the takeoff and the dunk by Mr. Trey Willis again, South America is going to need that second bona fide score to help out Patrice.
That's a steal and a dunk for him. 4 quick points. We're tied up at 41 apiece. Yes, finding that second score, they just don't really have anyone. Adalume had a couple points early on. He hasn't really been doing much since then. Jaime Luis Donoso had 4 early on. He hasn't done much since then. It's really been a game centered around Patricio Ramirez. And on the other end, Trey Willis just can't get it to go as Adalume on the defensive.
Man, they're so quick to the ball. Oh, good block. It's a block boy. Don't bring no Kool-Aid to no gin party, boy.
A block. And on the other end, Alume getting a piece of it himself.
Let me tell you something, Marsh. That young man missing that first layup is disrespectful to the game of basketball.
Enrique Abalume.
You're not appreciative of Garrett Hart's missed layup?
No, not at all.
He's actually missed 2 of those. I think 0 for 3 now, but he's missed 2 layups here in the third quarter, both of them of the bunny category.
And we're not talking about the snow bunnies that I'm talking about either.
Here we go. Dominic Bianco gets to go. It is the season. And it is season down here in South Florida.
It's always ski season in South Florida.
Let's move on as we get a timeout here. South America, Yacht Club has rallied back a little plus 6 quarter to make this thing a 43-43 game. A competitive first half, a game that no team has been more dominant, Rick, for South America. Quite for the Yacht Club. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back 5:12 left in the third.
Woo!
welcome back. We're in Miami. Second half here, Yacht Club and South America. Rick, I know you're a temporary transplant to South Florida here for this game. It has been from the meals category. What's been your favorite part? Keep it PG, please.
Thank you. You know what? I'll be honest with you, Marsh. Most of it is not that great.
Diego Fernandez.
I love the paella. I love certain restaurants, but just like the food, maybe I need to go down to Cubano or whatever and get some of that. But on the actual main strips, it's just alright. I mean, they don't have nothing like down home shrimp and grits. I'm from the South, so we talk about food. We're the mecca of that.
You are blocks away from Little Havana, and you're talking about.
I need to go there, so I hadn't gone there. I haven't gone to Little Havana. I've been dealing with a bunch of big Havanas on the strip. But when I come back to me after I go to Little Havana and see what's going on.
Abalume makes it 47-45 in the end one there. That's going to be straight bullet for 47 all. Opportunity here for Yacht Club to take really their first lead since the very early start of this game. They have been playing comeback ever since. 4:13 to go. And I will say this one thing, Rick, on the food category. Google is not the location where you're going to get authentic South Florida cuisine. You're going to get a lot of chain restaurants. You're going to get a lot of corporate restaurants, spots that are fine. They're not good. If you walk into a place and it's too clean, I don't want to eat there. I want something that's got a little bit of grease on the counter, a little bit of, all right, we've been here. We're not worried about cleaning so much as we are worried about cooking good food. And that's how you identify it's a risky game in South Florida because you either get food poisoning or good food, but it's a
Now, this is coming from a guy, ladies and gentlemen, this is coming from the guy who substitutes his rice and starches with quinoa. You can't take no advice from the guy who substitutes his carbs with quinoa.
I'm not. Quinoa is perfectly good for you. I'm sorry I'm a health-conscious eater when I cook at home, but when I go out, I want to get something good. Well, that's not criminal.
You want food poisoning.
I didn't say I want food poisoning. I said I want good food, and in South Florida, you don't know it. All we have is strip malls down here. It's not like New York City where you can identify something based off the community that it's in. South Florida is all strip malls. They all look dirty.
And one thing South Florida has in common is the best teams in South Florida does have the word strip in it some kind of way. So I agree.
I'm staying clear. I'm not gonna insinuate nothing.
Keep it, hey Mars. Keep it quinoa. I'm the grits guy. You keep it quinoa.
Look, I'm not sitting here telling you I love quinoa. I'm just saying I got tired of brown rice. I'm gonna mix it up. Alley-oop attempt no go. We've got a 52-49 lead for Yacht Club, their largest lead of the game. Bucket on the last time down, pushed it to there as Dominic Bianco can't get that one to fall. I believe it was Trey Willis who scored the last one. And out of bounds, knocked out by Pedro Alexander. We will take a quick break. 2:37 left in the third. We're back in South Florida. Yacht Club has gone on a little heater here, taking a 3.52-49 lead over South America, their largest lead of the game. And it's been a really good third quarter here from Trey Willis. He has had an efficient game, 6 to 8 points here in the quarter. He's gone from what was very playmaking first half with 5 assists, a much more aggressive version of himself here in the third quarter, Rick.
Yeah, I think again between him, Bianco, and Asun, the big guy
Sean
from bench.
Easton.
Yeah, their speed, man. Even their bigs. These guys are much like the cars you see in Miami, Ferraris and the Corvettes and such alike. Their speed, they built on the speed. So you gotta be able to keep up with them. And I give credit to South America. They haven't been too bad now. They're hanging around for a reason, playing decent team defense, and they're doing just enough to stay in it. That's all you can ask to see if you can pull it out in the fourth.
We've got a game that's been a little old school as the bucket for Adelume brings it to 52-51. We haven't seen very many three-point attempts here, Rick. This has been a to the paint, shoot a layup, maybe a mid-range. This is 1970 basketball three-point line.
Yeah, Steph Curry wouldn't be happy right now, for sure.
How's Jalelo gets that one to go, pushes it back to 3. Would he be unhappy? I mean, look, Steph's not a three-point only guy. He gets to the paint plenty.
Let me tell you something. Steph is single-handedly the reason why everybody wants to shoot a 3 now. From a 5'4" guy to the 7'4" guy.
Rick,
Everybody now wants to shoot I know chicks dig the long ball, but until Steph came around in the NBA, they didn't dig the 3 ball like
that. It's not the long ball that the chicks dig, but that's another conversation.
I'll
tell you a little story, Rick. I'll tell you a little story, right? Here's where the three-point really originated. It originated in Vermont back in 2007, back when I was chucking threes left and right, and there must have been an NBA scout there for some reason. Like, this kid's got it figured out. He can't hit him, but I bet we can find someone that can. And that's where it changed. I think that's the untold story of the three-point revolution, is that it began in Vermont and not with.
Was it during Folly season?
During Folly season?
Yes.
I don't even know what Folly season is.
Well, then you've never been to Vermont. That's the biggest season they have of the year.
Folly?
Folly with an F.
With a Y at the end of it too?
I don't know how to spell now. I'm not a damn spelling bee champ. I'm just saying when the seasons change, that's their biggest. That's one of their big and the trees. It goes from like one color to the next. No, they call it. It's something they call. They have an actual name for it. It's not called fall more. I know all my seasons. Now I'm gonna look it up now because now you're trying to make me sound silly from America.
It sounds silly. I grew up in Vermont. There's nothing called Folly season.
I'm about to look it up now.
No, do it.
Because
get IT on
because
this.
myself.
Let's get the producer on research. Folly season, I have never heard of.
Yeah, it's a big all the hotels, everything is taken. Like it's hard to get.
Yeah, I'm not denying that one. If we get a dunk by Dominic Bianco pushing it to 58-53 here, we'll get the answer.
Folly. It's fall or folly. It's something like that, Marsh.
Called autumn. Rick, it's called autumn. 2 seconds left here. Adelume's shot is blocked, and that's going to end it 58-53. We're going to get the answer to fall and folly on the other side of the break. Yes. But more importantly, we're going to get the conclusion of this tight contested game. Welcome back to South Florida, fourth quarter, Yacht Club and South America. But the real story that we had to put a cap on, the word Rick was looking for was foliage, not fall.
Spelled the same way. Spelled the same way, Marsh. Just pronounced differently. I'm from the South. Watch your mouth.
You get a
I'm
triple
from the
here.
South. Watch your mouth.
Carmelo Vega makes it 58-56. So fall foliage, and as a little twist, nobody calls it folly season in the state of Vermont. It is called leaf peeper or foliage. That is about it. 3 on the other end. I think, Rick, I'll send it to you. Anything else that we want to chat about before we get to the final 7:20 of it?
No, we're just going to get to the final 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Foliage sounded much cooler than foliage, by the way, though.
Washington.
Foliage sounds foolish.
Folly, so we'll look. We got to the bottom of it. Fall foliage. If it's a gorgeous time of the year, if that's what you're in for. We got 7 minutes of good basketball. 61-58 here, Rick. Big story of the third quarter amongst our conversation as Rizzo Davis Reitzler with the alley-oop. Patricio Ramirez, 0 points in the third quarter after he had 13 in the first half. What was the key there from the Yacht Club to shut him down?
I don't know if the Yacht Club shut him down as much as his team just didn't give him the ball in scoring positions that he had in the first half. But if they want a chance to pull this thing out, Ramirez got to do so. And I would love to hear from Mike Hall sometime soon. I would really love to.
Not called his name as the bucket there falls. I don't believe that was Ramirez on the bucket, as Dominic Bianco on the other end. And the second half has been a big one for Trey Willis. He has 11 points, many of those coming in the second half, and that's been in support of Dominic Bianco, who's really been carrying the offensive load for the Yacht Club.
Yeah, and for Yacht Club, they've just been mashing on the gas from the first quarter on, and it's kind of like Novocaine. Just give it time, it'll kick in, and that's what it's done right now.
Ramirez on a very strange.
Was that a pass the ball backwards? That must be something we only practice in Latin America, because that's crazy in the States.
It was indeed, but it's Patricio Ramirez on the follow. That's his first points of the second half. Jay Laster gets the contested mid ball over the top of Carmelo Vega, and the lead back to front.
That was a professional shot. He just turned around and shot.
That's a difficult one to make.
Yes, that's a professional basketball shot.
And Patricio Ramirez
Patricio.
Quick
Thunderstroke. That feels like some foliage right there.
Oh, okay, here we go. We thought we were off. Comes on back. Bianco quick to the lane and just far too fast. Get any type of contest there for South America. And we talked about this being a game of just layup after layup, or rather layup attempts. There's been only 10 three-pointers attempted between these two teams, only one make. It came early on, and it came from Jay Lathler, and that's it. But the bucket here for South America leads to a timeout. We'll be back.
On the fork in the road, I was out of control. Too hard to go over, too late to go under. Yeah, I was talking to her. Yeah, right in the mood.
You start living your best life. Won't you get the feeling right?
Don't lose that feeling. Now tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Now tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. When I was a young boy, my daddy said I had powers. And then he gave
joy that I feel. This passion, this purpose is real. I get to do this here with my friends. I get to do this here for my kids. Mama getting the brand new Benz, and back gon' get what she gives. That's loyalty over trends. It's BXP for the win. I put this here on my granny. Go reserve those seats at the Grammys. That's loyalty over trends. It's BXP for the win.
Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Let me tell you what you can't do.
Welcome back to Miami. We've got 4:41 left in what has been an incredibly competitive game between the Yacht Club and SimWorld South America. First half, Rick, dominated by by South America. Second half, it's been Dominic Bianco, it's been Trey Willis. They have brought Yacht back into this game and into a lead here as we get to just about the halfway point of the quarter.
Yeah, and I think what's really been also helping Yacht Club out is they put a press on. Yacht Club started pressing the ball more, which didn't allow South America to get into their offense and get their number one guy, Mauricio Patrice, where he wanted to get the ball so he can score. So I think that had a big effect on the South America's inability to score with Yacht Club like they did in the first half.
And before we get to these final 4 minutes, we do have a pair of final scores to announce. We got one between the Originators and the North. That one is well, take that back. We're going to take a quick break for a quick technical check here. Welcome back. We got 4:41 left here. Yacht Club and South America. South America with the ball. Down 3. Opportunity here to cut it. As we said before that quick timeout, we do have two final scores. The first one, the Originators, Rick, they blow out the North 85-67. The North had 24 first quarter points. They struggled the rest of the way in that loss. And then the second one, Southeast Select, another clutch Trey Turner game. He scores 14 points in the fourth quarter, hits the go-ahead 3 with 21 seconds left, and they beat the ATLians 69-65. A big night from Trey Turner, his second straight clutch performance in the fourth quarter.
Hey, shout out to Southeast Select, but let me also give some credit to ATLians. I didn't have them pegged as doing too much this season. In every game they play, they've either won or had played really, really hard. So shout out to the ATLians. They're going up from here.
DeMario Duval led the way for the ATLians. He had 18 points. And then a double-double as well for D'Angelo Mudo. But they now they go to 1-1 after they got that win on opening night. Mike House here with the ball. 3:35, a 3-point game. Now comes the opportunity for both squads, needing that first win. A deep 3, and it's going to fall.
3.
Addison Sampaio.
Simpatico.
If you say so.
I just did, Mark.
3:15, Garrett to the rack. And it's back up for Yacht Club, 73-71. 3 minutes to play. Season opener, a 1-0 start on the line here in South Florida. How are we going to finish this game out, Rick? What's it going to take for each side to win?
First of all, I'm glad to see Mike Hart dunking the ball because his layup package sucks. So if your layup package sucks, you need to dunk the ball. So I'm proud of him for that.
Sampaio gets to the rack. He's going to draw a foul. We haven't seen very many free throws in this game. We haven't seen a lot of threes. We haven't seen a lot of free throws. Instead, we've seen layup line and highlight reel dunks. But Addison Sampaio, an opportunity to tie this thing up with 2:55 to play.
And speaking of highlights, don't forget there is a second game after this. Indy versus BTA. Both teams are not in the win column yet. They're both looking for their first win of the season.
A big game for Beyond the Arc. 2 24-point losses, I believe, to start the season. So they are in need of something. And Indy certainly has one of the more unique starts to the season as it came out today. I was told that one of the players for Indy, somebody tried to bite their leg when they played against the Heartland Zombies. So they're 0-1, but I'm sure they're just happy to not be playing in the Riot House, considering that dilemma that they had to face with a little danger off the court.
Hey, man,
2:45 to play.
you're going to need a tetanus shot and a rabies scan to go to the Heartland, man. It's serious out there, brother. It is. I love it. Rabid fans, I mean, take that literally. So I said it once before that Heartland's going to be a tough place to play at home. And, hey, you know, you can bite your ankles off. So protect your ankles at all times.
Quite literally. All right, we got 2:20, 75-73. Tyshawn Eason with the layup on the feed from Garrett Hall. We're into crunch time. Here we go. On top is Sampaio, defended by Bianco. He gets past him, picked up by Eason. 3. Gets it to go. 76-75. Just the second 3 made all game by either team. Comes with just over 2 to play.
And I think I say this for both teams when I say this. Uno, dos, tres. Mike House with the 3, baby.
Dominic Bianco through Sampaio. Turned down the screen. Won't get it to fall. Headed the opposite direction. Picked up by Willis. Feeds to House. On the screen. Inside. Layup falls. 5 straight points for Mike House. 78-75.
House. He might not come when you want him. But apparently he's always on time, making house calls.
78-75. Minute and a half to play. Yacht Club has gone quiet. Inside. Eat answers.
I do not agree with Issam's haircut, but I love his dunking ability.
He's got that Dennis Rodman look to him, isn't he?
Nah, not quite. He got that Kool-Aid package look to it.
Package. Bucket won't fall here for Mike House. Rebounded for Tyshawn. 3. Laster can't fall. Garrett Hart scored. Won't get it to go. That's his third missed layup inside for Garrett Hart here in this game. We're under a minute. 1 point lead South America.
Mark, I tell you, his layup package sucks.
Say that about just about everybody. Mike House feeds it.
Oh!
Adelume, the highlight pass from Mike House.
Enrique.
80-77.
Timeout.
That was
Timeout
a
on the floor.
March, that was a big time play by Mike House, and my man finished it. He did the anti-hard play, and he actually finished his layup package.
The bucket does indeed fall. It's a 3-point advantage here for South America over Yacht Club. We'll be back with the final 43.6 in Miami. Welcome back. We got 43.6 seconds left. Rick, ball in the Yacht Club's hand. What are they calling up at this point? Are you going for a 3? You're going for a 2? What's the approach?
No, just go. The Yacht Club, just pick and roll. You've been beating them off the roll this whole evening. Unless South America has an answer that they haven't had in the last almost 4 quarters. Pick and roll. The man's gonna beat the man to the basket. You make a good pass, or if you sag off, you drive to the lane, and Yacht Club just do what they've been doing. Right now, that's what they need to do.
Enrique Adelume, our player of the game here, as we get a little piece of his highlight package, but that was the
I don't know. I think Mike House, these last 2 minutes, Mike House, everybody's talking about how many points you score. I like to talk about when you score them.
Well, he certainly had the big one, the go-ahead 3 and then answer with the layup. This time it's Bianco operating inside. Can't get that to fall. Rebound to Rizzo. Davis right still. Out top Jay Lasker, 30 seconds. Gets the screen from me. Operating on Patricio. Shot clock winding down. Swatted away! And the foul for Trey Willis. The second, I believe that's the first within 2 minutes, so they're not yet in the bonus, but Jay Laster cannot get it to go. It's Patricio Ramirez with the block, and we're going to get Mike House to the free throw line. He has had...
Icy Mike. See if he can ice the game.
5 points here, Rick. Final 2 minutes. None bigger than the 2 we can hit right here to push the lead to 5.
He had the 5 points, and also he has the great assist that led to 2 points more, and he can put the lead pretty much out of reach with these 2 free throws.
4 points, 20.9, second one falls. Timeout called by Yacht Club, their final, so they're down 5 in need of a big bucket as Mike House does the LeBron James, Punisher finish?
Yeah.
Heads out, so we will take a quick break. We get back for the final 20.9. .9 seconds left, a 5-point lead for South America in the opening game. Mike House with the clutch close of this one. Rick, what's the approach right now and the game plan in the Yacht Club?
This is dangerous territory for Yacht Club because they're not a 3-point shooting team. They haven't made one all game long. So this is not what they do. So being down by 5 with less than a minute to go, it's not ideal for them. Somebody, I'm thinking Laster's probably the best opportunity to make a clutch 3. But somebody has to shoot a shot that they haven't been making or shooting all day today, which is not an ideal situation.
They have just the 1 3-pointer made. It was Jay Laster, and it came early in this game. Came in the first quarter.
He needs another one right here. They need a quick one too.
To Bianco.
Shoot it now.
Comes down the 3. Mid-ranger falls. 3-point game. 15 to go. South America, 2 times out. 2 timeouts, choosing not to use it. 2 Mike House, fouled by Trey Willis. He's headed back to the line. He's got 7 points here in the final couple minutes. He's got a chance for 2 more. He just hit a pair of free throws from the previous time down.
I didn't like that play call. I thought you needed a 3-point opportunity in that case. And you had 2 chances with Laster coming off the screen and then the pass, I think, to Dominic Bianco. Dominic took it inside. Killed the little time, but Mike House missed the free throw. So hey, this may look like a genius idea in a minute.
14.5 course for the post up between this game and our second of our triple header. Mike House drops that one, 83-79. Opportunities still in play. They're going to have to hurry. They get it across the midline now with 10 seconds to play. Inside to Eason. Eason to Laster. Laster the deep 3. Can't get it to go. A rebound to House, and that will do it. South America.
Gosh. That was a great shot.
83-79 in Miami. Mike House, the clutch gene to close it, holds off what was a impressive night from Dominic Bianco. We will step aside again, join us for the post-up, and then come on back for the second game of our doubleheader, Indy Stripes Beyond the Arc.
Go get some paella, boys. You earned it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the post up after this wonderful, awesome game. This is Maestro joined by the one and only E Lava, the voice. How you doing this afternoon?
Hey, Maestro, glad to be on here with you. Just an exciting game we just had between Yacht Club and South America. Another upset. We have seen these international teams really showing that they're the equal of any of the domestic squads, at least based on the first few days of action.
Absolutely, and it's going to tell you one thing right here, straight up to the point. Team ball over horses. That's what we saw in this last game. We saw the fact that we saw the fact that South America came in, they stayed in their game for a while there. The horses took over from the Yacht Club.
Yeah.
Not surprising, but what happens when it gets down to the crunch time? Once you stay close and you're playing team ball, it's going to hold you every time, and that's exactly what happened just then.
Yeah, for sure. And South America really did travel here and win with a team effort. Patricio Ramirez, 13 points in the first half, went a little bit quiet, but then he came up big down the stretch. Enrique Abalume actually won the Player of the Game award. But as
Earned
we
it.
heard from
He
our
earned it.
announcers, Rick and Marsh, Mike House really kind of was the hero of those final moments. Hit a three, got an inside bucket, and made free throws down the stretch to really seal this thing for South America. Looked impressive tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me ask you something there, boss.
Yeah.
When you see teams like this go, right? So we have one team, South America, playing an obvious, I mean, corner to corner, line to line team concept game
Yep.
against a team with, I mean, not just horses. I'm gonna call them stallions
Oh
because
yeah.
I mean, you cannot tell me that the Yacht Club doesn't look like they're ready to win the Kentucky Derby when they get off the bus, right?
Oh, you
So,
stole my line. I was going to say Dominic Bianco could probably outrun most racehorses. Wouldn't surprise me.
well, great minds think alike, and I have no mind, so that speaks about you. So,
Right?
so check it out. We see a game like this, and we see how it stays close. Now, think about all of the Sim World Hoops games this season. Most of them, what would you say, 94% of them have been under 10 points,
Yeah.
right? In
Yeah.
terms of final
Close.
score. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not surprised by what South America did tonight. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this because I love watching what Trey Willis was able to do. I love the way Lassiter is conscious of his force spacing.
Yeah.
I just did not see the team concept. I was more disappointed that I did not see team concept more from Yacht Club because they could have really taken this game in control, especially when they took the lead.
Yeah. For sure.
So yeah,
Yeah, nice pieces we've seen out there. I mean, Bianco, his reputation speaks for itself, but Jay Laster tonight, Issam down low had some nice moments.
yeah,
Rizzo Dominic Wrightsill, who's definitely grown a bit from last season when I last saw him, could even be a presence. But yeah, Yacht Club has some things to figure out for sure. There's some talented pieces there, but how you assemble them together, that's that magic and chemistry that well, it's early in the season. They still got time to
yes.
figure it out, right, Maestro?
True
So
that. True, absolutely true that. But let me tell you the best part of the game. I got to be honest with you. Listening to the UN of broadcasting teams with your boy, Blaze and Marsh, because it's
well,
like
well,
'cause I felt like they needed a translator. I mean, at one point, I felt like they needed a translator, like somebody come in and say, "Okay, this is what he's actually saying, sir," and you go, "Man, this is what he's going on," or was it? I was like, I love those guys. It was so awesome to hear that dynamic happen.
oh yeah, we could probably do a whole segment on the foliage bit, but instead, let's let's skip ahead and talk about the other games that have already concluded.
Absolutely.
And we've got more coming up here on SimWorld TV just in a little bit, but there's more games going on than that. There's things happen simultaneously here. Two other games already in the books. And one really close, one a blowout. The Originators. Let's go to the blowout first.
Yes.
85 to 67 over the North. The Originators drained 10 3-pointers. We just watched a game where nobody could hit from outside. Well, the
Absolutely not.
Originators don't have that problem because Kadarius Loftus doesn't have that problem. He drained 5 of them, had a game-high 22 points. For the North, Alex Rodriguez, new heralded recruit there.
Mhm.
18 points, team high for the North, but got pretty much dismantled tonight.
Yeah. When I think it goes back to something that you brought up earlier. I was remembering one of the things that you brought up in talking about scouting out players, seeing that transition from year one to year two, that growth is huge, right?
Mhm.
So when you have a team with a definite identity that comes in there, and it's quite clear the originators have a very clear, very strong identity, that's going to win over any confusion that might happen on the other side.
Yep. Yep. Well, it certainly did tonight. And in our other game, this one was a close one. Southeast 69, ATLian 65. ATL had a 10-point lead in this game, and D'Angelo Muto had an impressive double-double, but down the stretch, just too much Trey Turner. He had 24 in total, 6 of 9 on threes, and had some clutch late buckets. Southeast, this is how they won last year, Maestro. A lot of different players in the lineup, but looks like the game plan blueprint is remaining the same, and it looks like Trey Turner is still Trey Turner. But that
Absolutely.
said, tough loss for the ATLians. We're really in this one. Maybe even coulda, shoulda won it. So you never feel that good about a loss, but maybe you feel a little bit encouraged if you're from Atlanta tonight.
Well, it's funny you would talk about that, right? And of course, as we look forward to our games coming up later on this afternoon, we have Indy versus Beyond the Arc coming right after this game, and then our triple header, the highlight of the triple header at the end of the night is the Bay Area Breakers against Showtime.
Yep.
You know, okay, you get an athlete like Trey Turner, right? You get a guy who knows his game and who understands the game, and not only knows when to do what, but how to do it when he gets that opportunity. That cat can turn a game around all by himself. And oh, by the way, the early maturity, I'm going to say it, the early maturity to know, okay, this is when I need to do this, and then execute it is huge. It's going to speak gigantic amounts of promise for him coming up in the future.
Well, Trey Turner doing Trey Turner things tonight. And as you mentioned, Maestro, everybody get ready. We do have 2 more games. It's a triple header tonight. We got Indy Stripes, Beyond the Arch, and both teams kind of needing to win after starting the season with losses. And then another one of those California Civil Wars, Bay Area Breakers and Showtime. But Maestro, let's
Yes, sir.
let's end the show for now with a fun little topic. It's early March, spring break right around the corner. Weather's warming up a little bit. People ready to get out and go. I know that you are a man of the world. You've been around the block. Where is your, and it doesn't have to be sort of college or high school spring break, but just think, getaway. Yeah, beachy. Doesn't have to be a beach, but it's spring. I want to get out of this winter weather. Where do you go? Where's the Maestro's place?
It's so funny, man. When you brought this up earlier, I started laughing because I never, ever got an opportunity to do a real spring break. I never got an opportunity to do that hang because I was either working in some form of fashion as a musician or something like that, right? So here are my 3 places. I'm just going to tell you. Panama City Beach, Florida, just because it's Panama City Beach, Florida.
Yep.
And okay, with all due respect, I'm gonna say Galveston ain't bad. Smells a little funny, but it's not bad. And then and then my 3rd place was gonna be Wakanda, just because it's Wakanda.
Yeah, well,
But
sure.
then but then I realized there's a Wakanda in Illinois. So maybe we go to Wakanda in Illinois. What about you, brother?
Shake it up a little bit. Well, hey, you gave sort of the Gulf and the East some love. I'll go out west. I spent a lot of time in California, and I just moved to the Chicago area, and I just had my first real winter in a long time. So maybe that is what is doing it for me. But I have to say, the coastline, Santa Barbara area, where I most recently lived, it is called the
Nice.
American Riviera, and it is for a reason. It is beautiful. It is 72 degrees every day. The people are so nice. Every now and then you see Oprah. I mean, it's got it all. It's got everything right there. And
Nice.
then up from that, the place where I actually went on my honeymoon when I got married, Maestro, went up the coast and went to Big Sur. And
Oh.
middle of nowhere. You got to drive to get to it, and there's not even a whole lot there once you get there. But I mean, I haven't been everywhere on the planet. I hear New Zealand is amazing. I've never been there. I've seen some pictures though.
It is amazing. That is true.
But definitely, I mean, just the prettiest place. It just works for me. It's a nice place to have a few drinks. It's not a keg party location, so it doesn't fit the spring break, platform in that way. But definitely close to my heart. Big Sur, songs have been written about it, and for good reason. I'm going there. But I don't think anybody could go too wrong going to any of the places we just brought up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Well, it's been good chatting with you, Maestro, and I am looking forward to this next game. And we're going to be getting back together. We got one more post up tonight because after this next game, and before we get out to California, we got one more post up, Elava and Maestro. We'll be
Looking
back
forward,
soon.
my brother. Looking forward, man.
Welcome to the great state of Indiana. We're in Old South Side for the second game of our triple header Beyond the Arch at Indy Stripes. We're at Pit Row Fieldhouse. I am Marsh. I am joined yet again. We caught the super jet to Indiana from South Florida. Rick plays. Rick, how are we feeling game numero dos?
Hey man, somewhere ought to be paying me extra. Because I live to fraternize with a few of the older ladies, of course. We able to get this super jet out here really quick to make it to the next game. If it wasn't for my game, Marsh, we'd be calling this thing on a horse and carriage.
Well, that would be one heck of an experience, that's for sure. Indy Stripes, Beyond the Arch. It's a big game. We got Indian White, Beyond the Arch in blue. It's a big game for both of them. Beyond the Arch, 3 pair of losses, and we get a 3-second violation.
Offensive 3 seconds.
Pair of tough losses, 24-plus points. Meanwhile, Indy had the difficult, I think it was a 4-point loss to Heartland Zombies on the road. What's going to be the key for each of these teams as they try to get their first win of the season?
First of all, I have to say this. I think I really love Beyond the Arch jerseys. I have to say that. I'll be honest with you, Marsh. I don't care if they win another game this season. If I can watch them live about 3-4 more times, my heart would be saved.
That's
not the way. Oh wow, good shot. Now that's not the way. I'm picking Beyond the Arch is not right now as good as a team as Indy is. So let me say that first. And I'm well aware I'm going with the underdog, but something tells me Coach Kuzma and this team is not gonna let themselves lose by 20 points today. And I think they're gonna win.
And Christian Kelly.
Okay. Christian Kelly on the bucket there gets the arch on the right. So you're saying you think Beyond the Arch is going to win?
Now, I know I should be saying to not lose by 20 would be considered a win. I know. But I'm going to say they actually compete and actually win this thing outright and fall to go to 1 and 2 instead of 0.
Well, that certainly would be an impressive one considering how far they've fallen. Tyson Simpson, the new arrival, he's called for the foul. He fouls Bernard James, sends James to the line. James was the leading scorer.
Bernard James at the
Indy
line.
Stripes in their opener. That tough loss. He was really the only scorer. He's
Take a break.
definitely
Take a
gonna
break.
be for a little bit more
2
offensive
shots.
support, but we're going to take a quick break here before these 2 free throws. Stay correct. We're going to take it after this first free throw, which is a good thing.
Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that?
Back here for the second of 2 free throws. Bernard James hits the first 4-2 lead, 6:34, just a minute and a half into the game, just about. Your opinion, Rick, Bernard James, one of the more, let's say, polarizing players in Timberwolves hoops, came out of the gates extremely hot in his vocal support of himself. But he's, through one game, offensively has backed it up. What's your opinion?
I think Bernard James is a talented scorer, and that's for sure. I think he can get 20 points or close to 20 points almost any night of the week. So that's not the issue. The issue is how does it work with this team. You know what I mean? Because some teams can handle an abrasive player and still be fine. Some teams, they kind of crumble. They take upon that, and that's not fit for everybody. So my biggest concern has always been just how he will fit with the team. But if that doesn't bother the team, then they got Bernard along with the rest of Red. They can do some things. That's a great shot.
Nick Bowie hits that one. Number 29th ranked recruit in the country.
And Bowie Marsh is the guy I think should be in consideration for the second scorer on the team for Beyond the Arch. He has good size. He has an inside game. He has an outside game. He's not shooting well so far this season, only 38%. But hell, nobody on the Beyond the Arch is shooting well this season. So besides my man Simpson, who has the ball. So they need a secondary scorer to help them out, and that's a great shot like that. So it should be fun to see. I think they're going to put it all together tonight.
Simpson came in, he had a great first game of the season, I think 24, 25 points. Followed that up with 5 in their second. Bernard James, though, this was knocked away by Christian Kelly. Quick rebound, 3 won't fall. Rebound for Simpson.
Return of the Mac. Oh, that's a great block.
Easy bucket there from Bernard James, but Tyson Kelly had other ideas. Tyson Simpson operating on Marcellus Brungo. Up over the top, won't fall.
I like Indy's jerseys too. I just don't like it as much as Beyond the Arch.
You know, I think Indy has a nice just entirety. This is a great arena, like we said.
Yes.
Pit Road Fieldhouse.
Yes.
You just got a very Indiana feel from the checkerboard.
Yes.
In that three-point arc, which I feel like more people should
Good
advantage
steal.
of.
Pass.
Steal, head of the opposite direction.
I like the energy right now, Marsh. I like the energy.
Beyond the Arch currently playing with a little bit more necessity than they've been playing in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, man. You know it's tough to get hit in the mouth twice by 20 points or more, and that's when your pride comes in as a player and as a team, and it's like, you know what, we're not gonna go out like this. And they show you tonight that this time we don't walk in and one trick.
And one. Christian Kelly.
Christian Kelly.
Put a trick on the end of that. And one trick.
That's the second straight. We are getting some chirping from Rick here on the PA announcer, who's sitting just down the court from us.
I like my fella.
Christian Kelly's got a little good start here for Kelly. Has that dunking opportunity for a 3-point play. He also had the big
Christian
block
Kelly
on for Mary
at the
James.
line, shooting one more.
3:45 to play. Rick, for Beyond the Arch, how difficult is it to try to find guys to be able to positively support as Christian Kelly doesn't get it to go? The rebound also won't fall. Find guys that will be able to play next to Tyson Simpson and succeed.
That's a good shot. Wow, that's a really good shot. Was it Nola Wovich? I really like that shot. That dude really punched the pin. I really love. I forgot what I was going to say. His voice is something else. That's a great three.
Three-pointer, Daniel
Ori on the 3 there for Beyond the Arch. So the question, Rick, as we get you back reeled on in, what do you need to do, or how difficult is it to find guys that are able to play next to Tyson Simpson?
So I think in this instance, I think Tyson Simpson can play in any offense. I think the key is to find your guys that play to their strengths, and Simpson will give him. And Simpson will play. He's gonna excel no matter what. But play to the other guy's strengths. Who you think your number 2 guy is, your number 3 guy is. Play to their strengths, and then let Tyson Simpson get his in the flow of that offense, because he's gonna get his rebounds.
Dino Ahern with the layup. This is a 6-point Leo. Sean Chapman Daly for
Nasty with it. That's the nasty be nasty. Wow.
15-11. But it
Play
was
some
good,
ball in
baby.
Indiana, baby. They got some balls in
This is a good
Indiana.
start here, Rick, for Beyond the Arch.
That's a big boy. That number 99. You big, man.
So Simpson is 99 here for the Indy the red. Excuse me, for Indy Stripes. Operating with the ball, Tyler Stevens. Into his bag of tricks for the
That's
mid-range. 15-13.
Yeah, that's a tough
Indy
jumper
Stripes
right there.
working their way back. Let's win or loss here. Who is at a bigger disadvantage moving forward between Beyond the Arch and Indy Stripes? Who needs this win more?
I think Beyond the Arch needs them more, because when you're 0-2, you feel different in the locker room. You know what I mean? Especially when you lose 2 games like that. You know you're gonna come out here and try really hard. So to lose this game, if you lose this game, especially by 20 points or more, knowing you've given your all, you start to second guess yourself as a team and as a player. And the game is mental. So once it gets into your head mentally, then everything can kind of go wrong. So I think this win is more important for Beyond the Arch. I love Indiana's team. They have a bunch of guys who get their own shot, and so far so good. They play the scheme of the offense. Indiana's a squad you don't want to have to see in the playoffs in the first round, because they're dangerous. They can take this thing all the way. They sneaky good. You don't want to have to play them if you don't have to play them.
Beyond the Arch back on top after the Dino Ahern layup. But I think a 0-3 hole, if you're Beyond the Arch, it's not insurmountable with a long season ahead, but it's one of those things where, you see a team in the NFL go 0-2, and you think, how can that rule you out of the playoffs?
Right.
Because it's more indicative of who you're going to be rather than where you're at in the standings. An 0-3 start for Beyond the Arch, I think, is both, because it's going to be very difficult as a foul call here on Reza Red. It's going to be very difficult to start making your way back up the standings if you are Beyond the Arch, if you are sitting at 0-3 with teams like Portland Zombies and Lakeshore Drive sitting above you.
Daniel Ori at the line.
Yeah, and I think, let me say this. I say it's close to a must-win for Beyond the Arch, but I think if they lose a respectable game tonight, considering that it's a road game for them, I think you can hold on to that a little bit. But getting demolished tonight, or not putting forth your best effort and having if they was to mop the floor with you tonight, that starts playing with your psyche as a player, and you start doubting yourself. And as ball players, once that doubt creeps in, your game is no good anyway. And that's the more dangerous side of this.
Do you think at 2 straight losses, 24 points each, I think it is the doubt already there?
I mean, and so maybe slightly. It's not full doubt. It's more like, man, what the hell is going on? It's more confusion right now. Like, okay, maybe crazy stuff has happened before. It's more confusion right now. But if they was to get spanked tonight, now serious doubt starts to happen because you start to wonder if you can actually compete in the league with the team that you currently have.
4 seconds left here in the first quarter. Dino Ahern will chuck up a player. That won't fall. It's going to end the first quarter 19-15. Beyond the Arch on top on the road.
I don't think they've won a first quarter yet.
Welcome back to Indiana for the second quarter. Beyond the Arch leading Indy Stripes. First
Come on,
quarter
easy
to
now.
51.
Easy. I know you're not used to saying those words together. Morris. Easy. They're leading right now.
It is a new stratosphere that Beyond the Arch has rocketed to here in Indiana. 4-point lead. Shot clock winding down.
So far, so good. So far, so good for Beyond the Arch. I like they're getting every shot they want, whether they make it or not. And they defense been pretty good. Not great, but it's been pretty good. That's a great one-on-one bucket.
Wasn't there as Noah Jovic gets 2 to fall. 19-17 goes right through Dino Ahern to get that one to go. What was the difference there, in your opinion, for Beyond the Arch from what we've seen as Tyson Simpson gets that one to go?
Passing Simpson.
I think, well, first of all, I want to get your opinion because I want to make sure I'm not tripping. Marsh, is it me or does Noah Jovic look like he's from French Lick, Indiana?
What, are you calling him Larry Bird?
No, I wouldn't dare call him that.
Seems as if that's what you tend to imply.
No, I'm saying, does he look like he could be from that town? He looks like he can be from that town.
What, because he's
If
white?
he told me he's from French, the scrawly hair. He just looks like he just looks like he can be from French Lick. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never been to French Lick, but if I'm judging off what Larry Bird looked like, then I'm saying this guy could have been his neighbor.
I'm not loving the implications that you're just. We'll take a quick break. 6:35 to play. And welcome back here, second quarter, 6:35 to play in it. Beyond the Arch up 23-19. They've just won their first quarter. And one of the bigger matchups that we have not seen a ton of, though, Rick, Tyson Simpson and Reza Red, one of the bigger physical players, but also some of the bigger names at the big position here.
Yeah, I think we think of bigs. I think we think of Tyson Simpson as top tier. And I think everyone after that is below that. So I think every time we mention another big playing with Tyson Simpson, we're kind of just bigging up that next big because there's no one touching Tyson Simpson. It's almost disrespectful to put somebody up there because we've seen him dominate from start of the season to end of the season. So these are the guys we haven't. So I think it's Tyson Simpson and then everybody else. But Reza Red is one of those guys you can throw in with everyone else. 15-year-old, big fella, has a lot of potential as well.
Murray James operating inside, picked up there by Nick Bowie. He still gets it to fall. And certainly there's a lot at stake right now for Tyson Simpson, considering the fact that over the summer I don't want to say forced his way out of the North, but he chose to leave and wanted to be the focal point of an offensive team.
Yeah. Good board.
Simpson gets the rebound, pumps it out there. That's going to be, I believe, Levin Williams for three. 28-24 beyond the Arch. Leading here in a game that, truthfully, Rick, it wasn't a score that I would have expected to see. Not because they're that bad, as Downs Romanowski gets it to go, but simply because they haven't played like a team that'd be able to hang around with the offensive firepower of Indy Stripes.
Yeah, like I said, I chose them to win this game. So I thought they was going to play this way. They can tighten little things on defense because, again, but you can never be let off the gas because Indiana, good block. Indy can play. Indy can ball. So that's a great block, but their energy is exactly what I thought it was going to be tonight. You have to beat them tonight. They're not going to lay up. They're not going to lay over. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, there's the alley-oop and a wide-open pathway to the lane on the last two possessions here for Beyond the Arch as Indy Stripes have gone to, after made buckets, a zone defense that's actually kind of opened it up for Tyson Simpson, and there was a pick and roll that got him going. It's Benary James trying to answer. He can't get that one to go. Headed the opposite direction. 4 minutes left at the midway point of the second quarter. It's a 6-point Beyond the Arch lead. Nick Bowie. Inside to Simpson. Simpson easily up and in for two more. 34-26. Beyond the Arch, flirting with maybe pulling away here in the first half.
Let's not get too crazy, Mark. Let's not get too crazy.
Look, any sign of excitement for this group, I'm just going to take it. Considering two games.
I really like these Indy jerseys in court. It's really university-like.
What university? Like you're just saying general university?
Yeah, like it's like I didn't want to say a cult. That sounds more whatever radical, but like a group. It's like a group of people that just love, like a card club or something.
Card club. You're saying these jerseys remind you
like a card club, like a members of a card club, like a particular niche that a certain group of people are fanatics about. Yes.
And you're talking like these folks on racing?
No, whatever. No, not specifically. Just whatever the design is. I don't know. That's a great shot.
There may need to be a timeout here for Indy Stripes to get Reza Red back on the floor because Tyson Simpson is dominating inside.
Oh!
And the block at the other end. He's done it twice now. 2 blocks. This one on Romanowski, and then a soft contest there forces the miss. And Tyson Simpson is making himself felt on both ends of the floor.
Morris, like I told you, it's Tyson Simpson and everyone else.
Well, hopefully not in the lead yourself.
Is that an air ball?
Well, that one is an air ball indeed. It's going to be Indy Stripes ball. It's David Duffy, the proclaimed number 2 for Beyond the Arch, who has not, in last year's struggled. We're going to take a quick break with 2:20. Welcome back to Indiana. 2:19 to play here in the first half. Beyond the Arch, powered by a very good first half from from Tyson Simpson, on top, 36-28. Pit Row Fieldhouse here in Old Southside. In a matchup of two teams trying to get the first win of the season, but the story of the first half, beyond the fact that Tyson Simpson has been playing well, as he's expected to sit on the bench here, but just the inability right now for the Indy Stripes to slow him down in any capacity.
Like I said, man, Tyson Simpson is a workload, and you got to have the body, you got to have the mentality to go after this guy. And sometimes one guy's not going to cut it. We see he's been on Red's been on a little bit, but hasn't had much of an impact. Oh, he's been eating or feasting whenever Red is not in the game. So we're gonna see what kind of adjustments Indy's gonna be able to make.
Jovic operates inside, gets the foul called on Anthony Simmons, and he will head to the line. Noah Jovic will, with 2:08, opportunity to cut this lead down to 6 points for the Indy Stripes. And it's a big opportunity, though, a big question mark here. We see Reza Red on the floor, but sitting outside of the paint. Is that really the location, Rick, that you want Reza Red playing?
No. No, you 200-some pounds
Take a
and
break.
6'10".
Take a break.
You get your big
Two
butt in the
shots.
paint. That's what you do. So no, he needs to be in the paint at all times.
Jovic just had a efficient first half scoring for the Indy Stripes. Opportunity to add 2 to it.
Those Jordans is clean that he has on. Who was that with the gun arch? Those J's are sick.
You're talking for Noah Jovic? Oh, no.
For Beyond the Arch. Yeah, I didn't see who my guy was boxing up. Well, his Jordans, oh my gosh. I'm a shoe guy. I'm a shoe guy, Marsh.
What's the best pair of shoes that you have in your collection?
Oh, that's a loaded question. Let me do it this way. I do the most the most expensive. My most expensive shoe is
Watch out! Watch out!
a pair of Bally's. They're about maybe $700. That's not too bad.
A pair of, and explain to us that tend to just go with Vans. A Bally is
It's a luxury. It started off as like a leather goods, but they do shoes and stuff too at this point.
like a dress shoe.
No, it's more of a it's a cool casual. It's a nice casual shoe.
But it's not a Jordan or like something.
No. It's not.
That's what getting up there, Dino Aaron for 2. That's where I thought you were going to go. I apologize for assuming that, considering you're just saying Jordans.
Now,
Go
ahead. Now, the one that's worth the most, I have a pair of Yeezys that's worth way more than what I paid for.
Come on.
I'm just telling you.
I've never been on the easy train before you went crazy, and I will not get on the train at any point. I think those shoes are hideous.
That's fair. But I'm just telling you what I got. That's a great dunk.
Hideous. Getting vertical, 40-32, under a minute to play here in the first half in a game we've been talking about. Beyond the Arch has been playing well, but Noah Jovic in transition for 3 cuts the lead to 5. No transition defense there from Beyond the Arch.
I like both of these. I like both teams. I like the way it's feeling right. It's feeling like a very professional AAU game right now. Both teams they're not really stopping each other, but they're playing just enough defense to make it interesting.
3 at the other end for David Duffy. Puts it back up to 8. 2-for-1 opportunity somewhat there. About a 4-second difference being shot in game clock. Noah Jovic operating. Hangs in the air, won't get it to fall. Pushing the pace the opposite direction. Christian Kelly. In through on Noah Jovic. Last shot opportunity. Damn, he slides at home. 10-point lead.
Christian Dior Kelly.
Christian Kelly. And now it's Noah Jovic for 3. Won't get it to fall. Opportunity at the buzzer won't go either. That takes us to the half. Beyond the Arch on top. 10-point lead at the half. 45-35. We'll be back after halftime. Welcome back to Indiana, the second half. The Beyond the Arch leading the Indy Stripes 45-35 thanks to a efficient first half from Christian Kelly. And here's a pick. Kirby Ordway the other way, quickly scoring. Take that one from Levon Williams for the bucket. And that is a much-needed 2 points for the Indy Stripes, but it was a efficient first quarter and first half. And Christian Kelly and Tyson Simpson for Beyond the Arch as the 3 falls for Nick Bowe. Christian Kelly ended the first half 11 points on 5 of 5 shooting, Rick. Tyson Simpson 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 blocks. But I think the story of this is really Christian Kelly and the offensive support that Tyson Simpson seems to finally be getting here for Beyond the Arch.
Yeah. We said that's what we needed to see. They needed another person. I've been saying it on Discord today. I've been saying it during the game. He needed another scorer that's going to step up and be consistent. Now, if he can get a couple scores, they can interchangeably help him out a little bit. They can kill it. Wow, you don't want to see that happen.
Well, Rick, that happened in the first half as well, where they're in a zone. Indy Stripes is in a zone, and they just lose track of Tyson Simpson where he is, and he just gets a free run to the hoop. He's got 4 points off of it, and it just seems like the most inefficient defense.
I guess he's Tyson Simpson too, huh?
That one is more of a transition bucket, but it's 2 points nonetheless, and it's a game-high 13-point lead for Beyond the Arch.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Marsh, but beyond just 52 points is almost more gonna beat what they've scored. They're high in the other games, right? I think they scored maybe like 54, 57 or something like that.
So
they're about to crush that in the third quarter.
They scored 71 when they lost to Lakeshore Drive, 95-71. That was on opening night. And then their other loss came. Let me just get this.
Good shot.
Tyson Simpson.
Their other loss came to the Rocky Mountain Monsters, 70-48.
48, so you probably beat that. Okay.
And the 3 there from Jay Luss, number 59th ranked player in the league, 54-24.
We haven't called his name much this afternoon.
We have not, and here's the thing: there's 6 ranked players on the floor. 4 of them come from Indy. Jay Luss is one of them, number 59. I don't know that I would classify him as playing like the 59th best player. He's been a little non-existent since Bowie can't get rim to fall there. And Bernard James, he's got, I think it's 8 points. He scored here in the start of the first quarter, or the third quarter. He had 6 in the first half. But Bernard James, number 84th ranked player. So I think, my take on rankings, Rick, and I know you're a little bit more in depth on the rankings, is the bucket falls there for Kirby Ordway, who is ranked 72nd. Rankings at the beginning of the season are very much based off of a super small sample size, as Tyson Simpson, again, a free run to the rim. And I don't really start taking ranking seriously until we get to week 4 or 5, where you've gotten 3, 4, 5 games under your belt to really showcase what you are as a player.
I agree. Rankings are one of those. It's like, rankings are the round you project, like in the NFL, the round the player's going to get drafted to. It's supposed to be because that's how good he's going to be, right?
We got a foul call. We'll take a quick break here at the 4:09 mark in the third quarter. Welcome back, 4:09 in the third quarter. We've got a pair of free throws coming up for Christian Kelly, who had, again, we talked about a 10-point first half, 5 of 5 shooting, a lot of that on the rim running variety. As he gets the first to fall, 57-47. The lead is hung around double figures here for most of the second half, got as high as 13 for Beyond the Arches. They seek their first win, but as we've said, this is, in any capacity, no one's going to be seeking a moral win when you've got a 10-point advantage, Rick, but considering where this team has been in games 1 and 2, the fact that they are not only competitive against a very good Indy Stripes team, but in many instances they've been dominant.
Yeah, they did exactly what I thought they was going to do, which is come out and show a lot of heart and a lot of fight. And I'm proud of their effort. So regardless of how this game turns out, I know it's 3:58 left in the third. There's a whole fourth quarter we played. We've seen crazy comebacks in SimWorld already, right? So, but regardless of how this turns out, whether they come out on the end, winning or losing end, I love the effort, and I think we can take this. They can take this and build upon this for the rest of the season.
Sean Chapman-Daly on the drive there turns the ball over for the Indy Stripes. And one of the things that we've seen is both of these teams have been going with a zone-based defense, and Beyond the Arch, as Red pulls down that rebound, Beyond the Arch has been able to capitalize on that defense by Tyson Simpson catching it basically at the free throw line and just driving to the rack unabated for an easy bucket. Meanwhile, we just saw in the very last possession an almost identical play setup, but when you have somebody like Sean Chapman-Daly, Red gets the dunk to fall, there's not as much downhill excitement and opportunity for Indy unless you're operating and going to Reza Red, and they just haven't been thus far.
Yeah, Reza Red's been kind of getting his own buckets here and there. But the zone is kind of hitting and missing for both teams, right? Like I said, look, another dunk on the end. It's like a really good AAU game where no one's really stopping each other, but there's defense every now and again by an individual player. But yeah, they're back and forth with the zone. They're living by and down by it, apparently.
Dino Ahern just drove right past Benari James, and there was no secondary help there from Reza Red or anyone else on the Indy Stripes as for that easy bucket, making it a 11-point game. And we'll call out right now. Tune in. We have our third game of the triple header, and it is a good one, Rick. Showtime basketball, Bay Area Breakers, certainly the game of the night in a matchup of two teams that have certainly had plenty of ill will for one another, plenty of talking off the court from both sides. What are you looking forward to in this? First, let's get to this one. Tyson Simpson, a phenomenal feed from Levon Williams.
Hold on. Time out, Morris. Did you see that whole play? Did you see the hockey assist too? There was a hockey assist first that came before the actual assist. Oh, that was beautiful. That's top 10. My top 10 people, hope you're listening. Hope they go. That gotta be one, right? My top 10 people for next week, if you're watching. This has to be number one, right?
I would hope so. I mean, it's an early contender for night one of the week. And no foul call. Hard foul. Look like
we in Indy, March. We are in Indy. Hey, the free leagues ain't having all that.
And Reza Red there quickly makes up for it on the other end for 2 more. We're back down to 8. But the start of two teams, Indiana, but nearest major metropolitan spot would be Indianapolis. We get a defensive violation on Reza Red, and that's going to be a free throw for the Indy Stripes, for the Beyond the Arch opportunity to make it a 9-point game, and Levon Williams is going to be the one taking that.
What's up?
What's the tech? What's going on?
Defensive 3 seconds.
Oh, see, that's been Marsh. That's what happens when you have a 15-year-old playing. They're 15. He's 15. He's the youngest player on the team, one of the youngest in SimWorld. So they make mental mistakes like that cost the team points.
There's a handful of rules that SimWorld Hoops has taken from the NBA game that are different, right? In college, you have the opportunity as a defender to play 3 seconds. What these guys are playing for their high school teams, you're allowed to have a 3 second. You're allowed to be in the lane for maybe 5 seconds, or maybe as long as you want. Certainly, when SimWorld Hoops adopted not only that rule, but also the NBA distance 24-foot three-point line. Done with the mentality of preparing players for the
Yeah.
next level.
I like it. I like it. I mean, these guys, for some of these guys, the closest they're gonna get to NBA type rules and regulations is here in SimWorld. 'Cause everybody's not gonna make it to the league. For some guys, some their career's gonna end in college, but some guys their career's gonna end here in SimWorld. So you know, take advantage of it, kids. Take advantage.
Anthony Simmons on the bucket. It's back to a 9-point game after the Sugar Chapman daily layup. We've got under a minute to play. Working for a 2-for-1 opportunity. Chapman Daly for three. That won't fall. The
Good
rebound
board.
Red gets it. Reza Red has made an impact here, Rick, much more in the third quarter than he did in the first half.
Marsh, every time I hear that P announcer say Reza Red, I want a cream soda immediately. So they say the red, I just want a cream. It's just the red cream sodas. He just sounded real country with it.
You know, I wasn't ever a cream soda guy. I was a Sprite guy myself.
Oh yeah, I was fancy. We didn't always have money like that, Marsh. You know, he had parade sodas, they had cream soda. We give it flavor. They didn't even have real flavor. They had colors.
Brand, the Great Value brand sodas.
Yeah, they had great. They don't even give you flavors, Marsh. They just give you colors. Grape, red, orange. You don't even got a flavor. Y'all had, citrusy lemon and stuff. No. Lemon, lime, no. Orange.
Or why would lemon lime be orange?
You wouldn't know. You didn't grow up in the hood, Marsh. Orange.
I want orange soda.
Orange covers everything citrusy.
Orange. Orange. We got 10 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. Eno Ahern with the ball. Opportunity to push this to a double-digit game. Gets a screen, and the shot won't fall. Red on the board, and that's going to do it. We've got a fourth quarter. One of these teams is walking out of here with their first victory of the season, 68-60. Beyond the arc, 8 minutes to go. Welcome back to Indiana. We got 8 minutes to go. Beyond the Arch leading the Indy Stripes 68-60. It has been a big game from Tyson Simpson. He's gotten some support from Christian Kelly as Benari James misses the corner three. It has been a tough offensive night for James. Missed a handful. He had just 6 in the first half, just 2 here in the second half. After he had an impressive opening game, 29-point performance or 25-point performance. Rick, 8 minutes to go, now 7.5. What has to happen and who's winning this basketball game?
Hey, BTH just need to hold. Look at that. Still 2-11 in progress. BTH just need to hold on and do more of that. Right there.
Bino,
They are 7 minutes away from their first win, Marsh. They can taste it. They can feel it. They can hear it. They can smell it. I think they hold on tight.
Ahern has that bucket. They've done a very good job of surviving the 3-point barrage for the Indy Stripes. Another 3 there. That's been from Chapman Daly won't foul. And they've done a good job of neutralizing Resurrect. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying you brought up a great point, Marsh. They've been living it down by the zone, and luckily for them,
I apologize.
Bowie
The
catching hot. Bowie
the
getting hot.
look-away 3 from Nick
Bowie say he hot. Bowie say he got something. I go back to Bowie next time down. He say he got something.
in front of the Indy Stripes bench.
Hold on. Is that another top 10?
out of bounds.
Is that 2 top 10s?
Deserving for me on the road.
Come
you don't even got a
on.
win yet, and you're gonna do that.
Oh, that's big. On the bench right there. You doing it all in the bench face. That's disrespectful, and I like it.
That is extremely disrespectful, and it sets the lead to 73-60. Deep 2 won't fall.
You gotta go back to him. You gotta go back to Bowie on that play. You gotta go back to him.
Nari James operating on Christian Kelly, and Bowie's been a good one. Christian Kelly on the block. Rebound though. No, excuse me. Marcellus Brundo. Get up. For 2, and now an almost steal by Benari James. To David Duffy. 5:53 to go.
Good pass.
Kelly's soft lay-in
Christian
over
Kelly.
the top. And they're doing this, Rick, without Tyson Simpson on the floor.
Go figure, right? That's
Benari
a pretty
James
move.
dives right through, and you can tell right there with the absence of Tyson Simpson, no rim protector to be had.
Yeah, that middle sauce look like the ocean with Big Tyson Simpson out there. Bowie feeling something?
Bowie, same spot as his look away, not as quite as confident this time around, and it won't fall. And Bowie has had a very efficient night here, not only scoring but also in guarding Benari James.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I think more and more players need to start getting love on the defensive side of things and how they shutting down some of these players who are serious scoring threats, and he's scoring on the other end. Right?
Bowie, another 3. Bottoms for the
And you know what? I'm really high on this kid, Bowie, and his talent. In case folks probably many don't know, he's a relative of the great, let me not say great, the NBA vet, Sam Bowie, former #1 pick in the NBA draft. So you know the talent gene is there. So we'll see if the kid can put it all together.
Well, let's hope that his NBA, or let's say basketball career, has a little bit better outcome than his relatives, considering all the hurdles that he had to go through.
That's true, but being #1 ain't nothing to sneeze at.
It ain't at all, but what was it? 2 different length of legs is not always the most efficient way to play basketball.
Especially when you pass on. We're not gonna get into that. Yeah. Let's just say he got way more criticism than other #1s who probably deserve more criticism than that. Anthony Bennett deserves more criticism than Sam Bowie. Sam Bowie had a much better career than Anthony Bennett.
We take a quick break. Under 4 to play in the 4th. Welcome back. We are 3:59 from getting a first-time winner in the SimWorld Hoops season. Beyond the Arch owning a 12-point lead over the Indy Stripes. Back into the game is Tyson Simpson as Beyond the Arch survived his absence. But it's been Nick Bowie who almost made that one pay. A pair of threes, including a no-look in front of the bench. And Marcel Bungo gets 2 to go. Cuts it down to 10.
Yeah.
78-68, 3:34 to play here in the fourth quarter. And a big slam.
Christian.
Where the hell did that come from?
Pass as well to Christian Kelly. I thought he was just chucking one up, but Christian Kelly fires that one home, Rick.
Wow. I seriously didn't see that coming. I didn't know what was going on. I thought he was just throwing it up too, and the dude come. Yo, that was correct. Is that top 10? We have 3 of the top 10s here tonight.
3 top 10.
Cheese and rice.
Kirby Ordway at the line.
Maybe Kirby Ordway heads to the line. And an opportunity to get this game back down to 10. And we do have some breaking news here for everyone. A final from Ohio. Lakeshore Drive has defeated the Heartland Zombies 70-60. A game in which Heartland made just a single three-pointer, 70-60. That's final. Lakeshore Drive survives the Riot House and gets the win.
Wow. Well, you know, it's one of those things where Lakeshore might have won the battle, but Ryan's going to win that war, baby. Until they got all kind of scratches and bruises coming out that thing. They're not going to be the same after that game.
Well, they might have some bite marks and some blood coming as well.
Yeah.
We've got 3 minutes to play. A 10-point lead. The opportunity here for the Indy Stripes to make a rally quickly dwindle. It's going to be 3 attempt. It's going to be David Duffy for 3 more. 83-70. Their largest lead again. Back to 13. 2:45 to play. As the three-pointers have fallen in droves here for Beyond the Arch in the final 8 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Jump ball, it's going to be Reza Red, and it's going to be David Duffy. 10 seconds on the shot clock, 2:36 to go.
And I was just going to say, I don't like the zone that BTA is playing. I still don't like the zone they're playing, but they're real scrappy nevertheless, and they're hustling just that much that they're playing better than they should in the zone right now.
Benari James will have to get that one up as the shot clock expires. 83-70 still, as that one won't fall. Simpson to Kelly, back to Simpson. Had a mismatch for a second. You're 10 to shoot. David Duffy driving to the corner. Wing, 3 won't fall for Bowie.
Oh, put back.
Follow-away, or the follow for, I believe that's Keyshawn Blasingame. Gets that one to go. It's a 15-point lead with 2 minutes to go, and maybe just about Blouse's time here, Rick.
Yes, we're coming really close on. Look at this defense that's being played on. This is excellent defense that they're playing. I'm not a big proponent of the zone, but they're playing it really good in this fourth quarter.
And Benari James can't get the open 3 to go. 137, and this is going to do it.
Oh,
a touch from
that's Blouses right there.
Gets it to go. 17-point game, and the losing streak is over. You can fan the flames. The fire is not burning quite as hot as it was under Tomas Kusa's seat when we started this game.
Now, I'm interested, Morris, to know who besides Tomas Kuzma and his BTA team and myself had the winner tonight in Indy. It's on paper, baby. I put it on the Discord. Follow my, catch my receipts. I had BTA for the win. I promised to win, and I'm glad Kuzma doesn't have me looking bad tonight. Congratulations to BTA.
Kusa, not Kuzmas, right?
Huh?
So, I said it's Kusa, not Kuzmas.
Is it like foliage?
Tell you what, Rick, it is not like foliage, because that's not a word either, but Tomas Kusa, it's the first win of the season. But you're right, fully admit, I was not on the they are going to win this game train. But they came out, they played exceptional defense, especially on Benari James, who struggled mightily, and they shut down Johan Novajovic after he had a really good first half.
Yeah.
Non-existent in the second half. We barely saw him at all on the court in general. So a major question mark for head coach Javad Storm as to that disappearance in the second half. But that's not the story, Rick. The story is the win for Beyond the Arch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And can you look at that tip, everything's just going right for them right now. You're seeing the version of Beyond the Arch that the coach thought he was getting day one. So now hopefully, oh my God, that boy just did a play twister. Now hopefully he get a chance to build. They get a chance to build upon that. Take to the next game, man. Congratulations.
Well, that will do it from Indiana. We will be back for the third game of our doubleheader, Showtime and Bay Area in California. For Rick, the producer, Ron Yell, we will see you in just a little bit from the West Coast for the third and final game of the night.
Good evening and welcome to the post up number 2 here after a great game between Indy and Beyond the Arch. I'm Maestro, joined as always, at least tonight, by the one and only
Joined
invisible
again
Mr.
for the
E.
second
Lava
time.
the voice. I like that. I like
That's
that. The
right.
best relationships are built on 2 times. How you doing,
That's
Yolanda?
right. You come back for a second time. First time could just be an accident, but hey, first time this season for Beyond the Arch to get a win tonight, and I think it's kind of crazy to say this, but there'd been a lot of talk out there about what is wrong with Beyond the Arch. I know this is true because I was one of the people saying it. But boy, maybe they could tighten up their defense tonight, but their offense looked really good. And to be fair, their defense kind of shut down Benari James of Indy Stripes. He had a big
Yes.
game in their opening loss, Indy, but not so much tonight. He struggled, and Tyson Simpson was solid, and you expect that for the
Right.
guys from St. Louis. But as much as anybody, I really think that Christian Kelly, David Duffy looked good tonight, running the point for them. Some nice pieces out there, and Beyond the Arts, it's been a little bit schizophrenic to start the year for sure.
Yeah.
They've been down, but they looked pretty up tonight. So hey, if nothing else, for me, my jury is out on Beyond the Arch. I don't know what they
Yeah.
are yet. Maybe they don't.
Yeah. You know what? And it's funny because you actually stole you actually stole my question right in my throat here, Yolava. I was thinking so to me, it looked like tonight BTA, their defense was built off their offense, if you know what I mean. It seemed as
Mm-hmm.
though that they were making the point of their first 2 games. They definitely didn't seem as though it seemed as though they were not in a flow.
Yeah.
And tonight they were beginning to flow, and that flow turned over to to their defense in terms of what they were able to do. But I was going to ask you, at
Mm-hmm.
this point in the season, I know it's early, the dough still smells like dough, and the cinnamon ain't quite cinnamon yet. What exactly, and we're not even talking about the foliage. So, what exactly do you look for in a team or in an individual at this point of the season?
Yeah, well, I think it's really about the team game, and I think it is about how these players come together. There are some really incredibly talented players that we've seen, look like talented players, but it's just not kind of all coming together. It's that chemistry, it's that magic. It's a little bit hard to define. De'Aaron Cruz comes to mind. Great player.
Right.
Is it going to happen for that team, though? I don't know yet. I don't know based upon what we've seen. A little bit the way, maybe we flip the discussion a little bit toward the Indy Stripes. Benari James looks like a star in the making. I think he had 29 in the
100%.
opener. Obviously, he struggled tonight. But, how do you effectively, it's kind of that age-old question of kind of how do you best utilize your star. And from a game earlier tonight, we've seen Trey Turner maybe be the apex
Yes.
predator of doing that in terms of, he should be your number one option. He could shoot it every time they come down the floor, but that's not how Southeast plays.
You
And so, I think that's the kind of fun thing that we're seeing now. I like it. The Beyond the Arch is like up and down like a sine wave, 'cause it's kind of fun to see and watch these guys come together. And the team you see in March may not be the team you see again in a couple months.
Oh, absolutely not. Boss, absolutely not. And it's interesting that you would go that way with it because one of the things that I was thinking about, as I was seeing maybe, asking you that was, I look at the cats who, okay, I can't get my shot off tonight,
Mm-hmm.
but can I pick up a pass? Can I
Yeah.
take a charge? Can I
Yeah.
go for a steal? Can I get on the floor? Those are the guys, in my article, one of the things I was talking about is like, my dirties, right? Give me a cat, who he might only give me a few points, but he's got a couple of blocks, a couple of
Yeah.
steals. He
Oh, yeah.
forces a couple of turnovers. He takes a couple of charges. I played the game like it was hockey because I just liked it. Here,
Leave a
heck, in high
pint of blood on the
school,
floor.
oh, 100% had to, and it's funny because, you know, myself and actually another guard I worked with a lot. I was often the off guard, and Brian was the point guard. He would bring it up because he had the best handle, but I was the better passer. So I always led the team in assists,
Yeah.
but my thing was within the first minute of the game, I wanted somebody to run through my chest. And I want to feel the back of my head hit the floor so that way I can know and then hear that whistle and see that charge sign
Yeah.
from the like from the ref because I knew I was now in the game.
Yeah, now it's game
And
time. That's right.
exactly. So those are the things I kind of look for just because of what I think about. And looking at BTA tonight, okay, yes,
Mhm.
you're right. They were up and down like a sine wave. E- Excellent analogy from being a physics major myself. So there you go. I love you already.
Yeah, I like to
But
bring a little something classy into the conversation every now and
there you go. There you go. Hey, look, man, we ain't got no room for classy here. But
then.
but the main idea that I'll say this for BTA, and okay, we have the fans who are sensible, right? They
Mhm.
understand the season is young, stuff is coming on. They see the 0-2 start. Next thing you know, everybody's losing their mind. It's always slow and steady, right? It's always slow and
Yep.
steady. And I give them credit for hanging on to the reality of let's play our game. It's a long season. Let's be
Mhm.
smart about it and let's move forward.
Yeah. Well, talking about moving forward, should we move forward to our other game, Maestro? We had one other tip
Absolutely.
off tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, and that was between Houston, well, former Houston Stars, now known as H-Town Hoopers, took on South Africa in Houston, and if that game we just watched was a pretty open scoring, fun kind of game, H-Town and Africa took it the other way, a total slugfest,
Mercy.
and H-Town comes out with the victory, but 53-46. Two impressive line scores I wanted to pass on to you and our listeners. A.G. Fabenle, the talented point guard for Africa, had 20, scored almost half of their points. And then on the other side for victorious H-Town, Aaron Payne, 18 points, 16 rebounds, controlling the
Wow.
paint down there. And
That's what I'm
not an
talking
easy
about.
win at home for H-Town, but coming away with the W, going to feel good about that.
Was that game played with a peach basket
I
and they had to
mean,
actually you had to
I
get a
think James
ladder out to
Naismith
get the
was
ball out
coaching
the
one of the
basket?
teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was James and his brother Gerard, who was I think like twins to John Wick, because it was
Yeah.
a hot holy mess, man. It was like I was it's crazy. Okay, okay, okay. Think about this for 1 second. How many games did we see before that got into the 80s and the 90s?
Oh boy.
Right,
I mean, we've seen
right,
so
and
many already this
it,
season.
thank you, thank you. So all of a sudden now we get this one game where instead of a 24-second clock, it was a sundial clock and a calendar. And, they have to get the ladder to get the ball out the basket. And you know what? I don't even think they were in tennis shoes. I think they were actually playing barefoot in the mud because with the tap and okay, here's what I mean. And I'm gonna praise you for this one. Follow you, I watch you, I hear what you say about the teams. There's a lot of talent on
Yeah.
both of those teams. Regardless of however you want to say and think about it, there's a lot of talent on that team. And to see that score that low, I
Yeah.
mean, if I had eyebrows, they'd be like on the back of my head right now.
Well, both teams played pretty good defense, and if anything, H-Town, this is a little bit of maybe their identity, I think, is that they will slug it out with you in that kind of way, and particularly with that recruiting class out of Texas this year, and they didn't capture them all. Ronnie Shanahan went to California, Mike House, who we
True,
saw earlier tonight, South America, but
true.
lots of athletic horses on that Texas squad. We've been talking about horses and horse racing tonight, so we'll keep with that theme. But
Keep it going.
yeah, that's right. But Aaron Payne, 18 points, 16 boards. That's just big boy basketball. That is just
Man,
planting yourself
I'm
down there in the
sorry.
paint.
I'm sorry. That is Moses Malone,
Yes.
Dennis Rodman. I was a guard who wanted to be a big.
Yeah.
So guys I would run in the paint just to elbow somebody just because I can say, yeah, I was here, Holmes. So I love that kind of game, man. I love that kind of game. That's
Well,
just really well done.
Well, it sounds like you ought to be a fan of the H-Town Hoopers then. And if you are happy tonight. They get the victory. Want to remind everybody we have one more game coming up on the SimWorld TV schedule. That is coming up next from Berkeley, California, in the Bay Area. It is Bay Area Breakers hosting Showtime in a California brotherly love battle. We've already seen Bay Area. go up against Best Coast and take them down. Showtime, on the other hand, lost surprisingly in their opener. Also, we've got Heartland Zombies and Lakeshore Drive tonight coming up too.
Watch your ankles. Watch
That's
ankles.
right. Yep. Watch out in the Riot House, folks. So, games from Ohio and from California yet to come. It's already been a really good night of basketball here. Shall we go ahead and move it along to our
Yes.
non-hoops topic?
Let's please.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, Maestro, again, maybe our audience doesn't know this. I certainly do, but you are a cultured, sophisticated person. So I'm looking forward to getting your answer on this, which is
You watch your language. I thought we were good.
the Oscars are coming up. SAG Awards were just the other day. It's award season now. I don't know. Let's be honest. The movie business, movies, Hollywood, it's not what it was maybe even 5 years ago. It's kind of a different world now. But was there anything that you saw last year, Maestro, that was like, ooh, that was a really good movie? That was maybe even a great movie? Or was there just nothing?
I'm real embarrassed about this. Okay, all of you have called me out on this because whenever I write my articles, I always try to quote a movie line, and because I haven't seen a movie in like 12 years, I always get it wrong, right? So, there are a few things that I thought last year would kind of hold my attention, and I do mean kind of hold my attention. One of the Netflix movies, the one with Chris Hemsworth, kind of holds my attention. But in terms of just because of the overall theme, I always like it when the good guy almost dies, just because that's the story of my life. But for me though, a movie that I dig back in the day is
Okay.
3 Days of Condor, because it's the first movie I saw with my mom. And
Mhm.
it also I also realized that Faye Dunaway made my pants feel funny.
Well, 3 Days of the Condor. I happen to know that is a 1975 classic, folks. And especially for you youngsters out there in the audience, if you haven't seen this, it is a classic. A couple names you'll probably know: Robert Redford, Faye Dunaway, Cliff Robertson, maybe for more of
Faye
the
Dunaway
cinephiles out there. But
and Faye Dunaway.
yeah, oh yeah, Faye Dunaway, legend. Well, I don't know if this was a strong year for movies. 2019 was one of the best movie years in history, and I can talk about that, but I'd take up too much time. I'm not going to go there. 2022, there was only one thing which I saw, which I walked away from saying, like, wow, that was a great movie. And again, I'm going to kind of class it up with my choice here, but you've probably heard about it. If you haven't seen it yet, All Quiet on the Western Front.
Awesome pick.
Loosely based on a book by a German war veteran, First World War veteran named Erich Maria Remarque. It deviates from the original book, and in fact, there's been a few movies made about this book
Right.
before. This isn't the first All Quiet on the Western Front.
Right.
That said, I don't want to give away spoilers. I don't want to talk too much about it. What I will say is that
John
it's
Wick kills everybody.
Man, I was going highbrow too. I was going to say it is a powerful anti-war movie. It is a war movie. Don't be fooled about that. But its messaging is anything but. It does not glorify or glamorize. It's a little bit more just kind of the harsh reality. But the acting, the directing, the everything, the cinematography and all the rest of that technical stuff, really, really just amazing. A long movie, a 3-hour movie, but I was riveted. So it's not John Wick 5, but if you're in the mood to try something like that, I can recommend All Quiet on the Western Front, and I hope it wins everything at the Oscars coming up very, very
Sounds
soon.
awesome, man. Great pick. Great pick. Good eye by you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Well, we still got our one game to go.
Yeah, and looking forward to hear more from the UN of broadcast booths, Marsh, Mr. Media, and Rick Blade. I can't wait. I'm going to actually apply for that translator job because I think I speak Vermont and Southern. So I think I'm going to apply for that translator job and see what happens, man.
No. Between the foliage and all the rest, it's been good action on and off the court tonight. The Reese Cup combination go together: chocolate and peanut butter, Marsh and Rick. Perfect pairing. Well, you get to enjoy them for one more match. We have Showtime coming up, taking on Bay Area. Folks, it's been great. Maestro, it's been great.
Absolutely great. Everybody looking forward to the next game. Enjoy.
We'll see you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Game 3 of our triple header, and none bigger than this one, Rick Blaze, Showtime, and Bay Area.
Yes, sir.
In a California clash of two of the most highly anticipated and followed teams right now in SimWorld. We have a dandy in front of us. How are we feeling, Rick, after a second super speed jet across the country?
Hey, man, I'm feeling good. I'm excited, as everyone else should be tonight watching. It's sure to be a great game, one way or the other. I can't wait.
Showtime, of course, looking to get their first win of the season after a surprising loss on opening night. Bay Area Breakers, meanwhile, trying to run their record to 2-0 after they had an offensive explosion against Best Coast Ballers. And during this game comes with plenty of star power, big name potential from Ronnie James to Hayden Smith. I'd have to give a whole roster to not leave somebody out. It is a premium primetime matchup here in Week 2 of the SimWorld Hoop season.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, especially early on in the season. Two teams, which is pretty much like a home game for both teams, to really think about it slightly. They trying to battle Cali. One team is already up, one team is down one. You know, and all that goes out the window. It's like the Red Sox and Yankees.
James.
It is indeed. It is one of the more. It's got the potential to be that in SimWorld Hoops, not only from the city clash of the Bay Area / San Francisco to Los Angeles, where that rivalry exists in full in the state, but now here on the youth level, it is still alive and well. You've got a 4-2 game, though. Showtime basketball on top after the feed there from Bryce James on the feed from Bronny James. And the answer on the other end for Bay Area Breakers. Rick, we mentioned it earlier, the loss by Showtime to begin the season.
Yep.
How surprising was that to you? They lost, we'll get the exact score for everyone here. That was 64-57 to SimWorld Asia Pacific. Not a team many people expected to be on the same level as Showtime, but they most were.
Yeah, I think everybody was shocked. I think Showtime was shocked. You know, you coming in, it's your home court, it's a game night, new jerseys, new venues, and, you know, no one had really talked about APAC throughout this preseason or the offseason, so no one's really putting any pressure on APAC, and they came out there and hit Bust Showtime in the mouth. Matter of fact, bust a couple teams in the mouth because they showed that they were actually serious, but no one expected them to win in LA that night.
No, and you mentioned they've had a good season, but it was not something that many people would have predicted. I have to imagine that was not one of your sightseeing predictions. I know that you are one to certainly tout the ones you get right, and that was not one of them.
Yeah, I lost a lot of money on that game, Morris. Thanks for
A lot
reminding
of
me.
money.
Yeah, a lot of money. Thank you for reminding
Wow, I
me.
didn't realize that was an option here.
Huh?
I
It's
didn't
not.
realize
It's not. It's not more. You know, moving. Oh, good ball, but ball handled by Juka G. He has the ball dribbling down court. Shot up. No good.
Geez, jumper won't fall. That rebound heads to Trey Hyman. So we've got a ton of names as we get Katie Chip with the finger. 6'6". A lot of big names. Of them, we've got, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 ranked players for the Bay Area Breakers. We've got 4 ranked players for Showtime. Which is the one that you're looking to watch the most? Katie Chip with the block on G.
You know, all these players are excited, and they're all excited for different reasons, right? I think this is probably one of those few games that you're going to get so much different talent and personality on the court at the same time. So I think every time these two teams play is going to be magical.
Wow, way to not answer the question, Rick. Thanks a lot. I'm going to answer the question. The guy I'm looking forward to watching the most is Royce Anderson. Number 18th ranked. I think he should be a little bit higher than that. Foul called here on Curtis Thunder James. But we are going to take a quick break here at the 3:55 spot, and we'll have 2 free throws. We are back here in San Francisco. 2 free throws just past the midway point of the first quarter. Bay Area Breakers holding an 8-6 lead as we've got a timeout by Showtime. And Rick, as I was saying before the break, Royce Anderson was the player that I'm most interested in watching. I think his ceiling, it's tough to pick amongst all these guys. We've got 2 guys ranked in the top 10, a third at number 11. Royce Anderson is 18. It's tough to say that he's got the highest ceiling of all of them, but I just think his game is one that most lends itself to being a number 1 guy on a title team from defensive to on-ball creation. He brings a lot to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Royce has a very serious game, and I agree with everything you just said. I would like to add another name to that. Is Trey Hyman, his teammate, a guy who's 6'10", 240 pounds, and people think he's going to end up being a wing at that size, which is unbelievable. He's a big man now, playing damn well. So I think with a guy who has the ability to be dominant inside and possibly outside, probably is the scariest guy we've seen since maybe LeBron James.
Rick, I know you don't like to do things first, so I was happy to be the first one to say a name, but you could have also said Trey's name when I first asked the question. Just future reference. When somebody asks, you are allowed to answer.
Yeah, I wanted to give you first deals, Marsh.
You did.
I like the sound of your voice.
Feels mutual. Turn over headed the other way. That one's got a Katie Chip's hand. Bronny James in transition. Operating up top with a screen from Corey Yams into the paint with ease and a Bronny James. Over top of Xavier Pope.
Big time.
Freed up Trey Hyman. 3:23 left in what has been what we expected a close first half. 10-8. Bronny James with a couple. Katie Chip with a step back over the top. Won't go. Hyman, a powerful putback for back.
Big putback. And you know, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that, of course, Bay Area might be coming as the favorites in this game. So, you know, I think Bay Area's trying to do what they're trying to do. They have a lot of hype. And so far, Showtime's trying to kind of show that they can play ball, too. But they didn't look too great their first game.
I definitely think Bay Area comes in as the favorite for a couple reasons. The first is obviously the performance from each squad in their first game. The loss to World Pacific, the win for Bay Area against West Coast. I think the other piece to this is when they met in the Golden State Showdown on this very court.
Yeah.
Obviously, a 5-on-5, no substitutions, there's 21, no coaching is a 3 from Ethan Letterman Jr. fall. He had a goal on the line for 2.
Timeout.
But the victory there for Bay Area, I think, is kind of what predicates why they walk in favorites. But we will take a quick break. We'll be back for the final 2 minutes here, first quarter in the Bay. We are back at Bay Bridge Athletic Club, 12-12 game, 2:19 to play. Bay Area Breakers and Showtime basketball in the highly anticipated matchup between the two. And Showtime, Rick, operating with a little two-headed head coach option, as Coach Smith having a little assistant coach help here for tonight's game.
Yeah, I hear that he's been under the weather. We don't know the specifics of what's going on, so we wish he'll coach all the health and recovery. But he's out there; they out there gritting it out, and he obviously called in a favor for somebody to help him run the ship.
3 falls there for Showtime, and I'll echo that sentiment. We wish all the best for Coach Smith and a speedy recovery, but props to him for still making the trip north to San Francisco for the game. And into the paint goes Dime Hardaway, who
now, Marsh, you being kind of generous, Marsh. Now, you know, like I know, he came in on a limo. You know, Coach Smith rode in here in style now. So he ain't just catch no bus, no A-train or Uber now. They sent the limo, Marsh. Come on, man.
Private jet straight to the limo, right?
There you know. There you go. Now you talking.
That's exactly it. Dime Hardaway on the bucket on the last, and I believe he's coming off the bench. They started Caden Chip at the point guard spot this afternoon. Dime Hardaway getting 6 man units, and it's really just a testament to, one, the matchup, but also for Bay Area, the number of options that they have. This roster is truthfully 8, 9, 10 deep as Dime Hardaway gets the second one, lead. That they probably have 2 starting units that'd be able to hang with just about any team in the league.
I agree. They are definitely the deepest team in the league, and that's going to be part of Coach Pope's job, is to be able to allocate those minutes appropriately to keep everyone happy, right? And so it's a tough job. So we wish him all the best. We're going to be interested to see how he runs it for the whole season.
Israel Vines can't get the 3 to go for Showtime, and it's Dime Hardaway, 7 points off the bench in the first quarter. These 3 coming on a triple from the feed. 22 seconds to go, and Bay Area, that sense of impending runs is taking shape here to close this quarter. Ethan Letterman Jr., the attempt will fall, and it's Dime Hardaway for 2 more, and 9
there you go.
Short order time.
Yep, and that's what you didn't want to do if you're a Showtime, is get behind like this, because it can get out of hand real quickly when you're fooling with Bay Area.
Ethan Letterman, 3-pointer to close the quarter.
Good.
Get
You needed
going.
that one.
51-18, and no last second heave will end it. That's the end of the first. Bay Area on top thanks to a 9-point outburst from Dime Hardaway. Second quarter after this. Welcome back for the second quarter, 21-18. We're at the Bay Bridge Athletic Club. The Breakers, thanks to a 9-point scoring outburst from Dynam Hardaway in the final 3 minutes of the quarter. Foul called here on Canyon Waring is going to send Xavier Pope to the line, but at the 3-point edge, Rick, a really impressive close to the first quarter. Dynam Hardaway off the bench. 9 points. They put him on the bench because of a matchup.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
They inadvertently stumble into something here with Bay Area Breakers and Dynam Hardaway as their 6th man.
No, I think we kind of knew what Down Hardaway could do from the tournaments. So I think anybody who was looking for a guard, he stuck out. There was a couple of guards that stuck out, and he was one of them. I think kudos to the coach for going out there, and he was kind of flying under the radar. So kudos to the coach for making that happen.
Well, we just saw as well Corey Yams facing the opposite direction on the bench. Now, that's intentional. So I've been told Corey Yams likes to meditate on the bench. It's a very Korean vibe. Does it on the bench, faces backwards. He says that it helps him stay focused and doesn't allow him to get emotionally taken out of the game by watching it and seeing how everything's happening. He wants to be locked in. He says that's how he likes to do it. So just wanted to clarify that. Corey Yams is not losing his mind. He's in fact helping his mind.
You know what? I can see it. I can see that.
Knowing Corey Yams, I can see it too.
I can see it too. It didn't sound far-fetched at all.
It fit right in for him. Lone Shield 3 won't go. Headed the opposite direction, and Bay Area's lead is now gone as Israel Vines' dunk has given Showtime basketball a 23-22 lead here early in the second.
And hey, kudos to Showtime. They don't look as lethargic as they did the last game offensively, so they came out here with a little pop.
They've definitely pushed the pace much more than they did in their opener against Asia Pacific, and no one's going to come out and say, yeah, we played poorly because we knew we were going to win. As a nice feed inside from G goes to McLean for 2. But I do feel as if there was a part of Showtime that walked into that first game with, we are Showtime, we're going to win this game. There are 4 ranked players. And then they laid an egg. And you can't do that against Bay Area. And so far, they're not. It's a slam. The Ren goes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they smelled a little coffee, so I think they up now.
They smelled a little coffee? Well, we get a foul here on Ronnie Shanahan. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with 6:18 left in the second quarter.
RSK, let it play, boy. San Francisco Bay Bridge Athletic Club is the venue for our primetime showdown as Israel Vines his 5th point of the quarter
Showtime basketball, a 28-24 lead here, Rick, against Bay Area Breakers, rallying from what was a 6-point deficit in the first quarter to now be a 4-point lead. What's gone right in the second quarter?
I just think that they look aggressive offensively right now. They didn't look that way. They look kind of like they were trying to figure it out. Maybe like they didn't trust each other, but they're making plays and making moves. He got robbed right there, but they're looking way more aggressive offensively.
Ronnie Shanahan on the steal, and I think I think you're correct. I think the other thing is it seemed like the offensive organization has quite been there as much as it was in the first quarter as it has been here, or as it is lacking here in the second quarter. Ronnie Shanahan turned away by Corey Yams.
The two Texas players. The two players from Texas, I should say.
Yeah, we got to make the midweek or early week trip all the way to California. As pickpocketed headed the other way. It's Dime Hardaway. Driving in, gets the little floater to go 28-26.
And you know what, Marsh, both teams have turned up their defense another notch too. That's 2 turnovers in a row for the Bay Area calls, and then Corey Yams got a block on the other end for Showtime.
And a defensive 3-second violation. Saw this beyond the arch Indy Stripes game. It's going to be a free throw for Showtime.
Yeah, that's called cheating, Marsh.
It's called cheating.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Okay. Yes, spot on. I thought you were saying the free throw was cheating.
No.
Very confused by that. You mentioned defense. Not something that we saw a lot of from the Bay Area Breakers in their win over Best Coast. Now, granted, Lace Darius Outlaw and Mikey Williams make up one of the better backcourts in SimWorld 2.
True.
But that was a game where you watched Bay Area offensively and you said this should be a runaway win. This shouldn't be competitive. If you just watched it because they were so efficient scoring the basketball, their defense at the perimeter and point of attack was so lackluster that it kept that game competitive and on cue.
Hammer time. Pulling out the stick.
Why do you think that is with this talented Bay Area to still be facing an issue defensively and not be able to get
him in the back? Well, I say this, Marsh. You can't be great at everything. They're a pretty good team in a lot of categories. Man, they be reaching in my man a lot.
So, I mean, you can't be. I understand you can't be great at everything, but you should be better at defense than that. I mean, it just seemed. Would you consider that to be an effort issue? Or
it is. I mean, defense is always all effort. But I don't know what these guys' daily routines are and their daily habits. Some guys get more excited when they on offense than they get on defense. And it's looking like Showtime right now, Daddy. I don't know about you, but I got my popcorn. It's looking like Showtime.
It is indeed. Bryce James with the dunk. He's got, I believe, 5 now. He had a 3 in the first quarter. Corey Yams and a 3 won't fall, and certainly the offensive creation for Bay Area has not been there in the second quarter.
That'd have been a timeout 3. He'd have made that. That's a timeout 3 for Coach Pope. I guarantee it.
I mean, Bryce James, who missed that one, is now 1 of 2 from deep. And the step back from Royce Anderson is money.
Tough. That's a really tough shot. Bay Area, I think, have the most players on this team that can make the most tough shots in the game.
And the rim run from Corey Yams. Trey Hyman vacated the paint. Yams makes him pay for it. 35-31, 3 minutes to go here in the first half. And you mentioned it at the break. We got 2 really good games to begin this triple header. Now, granted, the third one was beyond the arch, kind of pulling away. This one is geared up to be maybe the best game.
And which is what we hoped for, right? So far they have not disappointed. Both teams, you can tell the talent on both sides, man. It's been a really good game. Woo! Come on, man. Come on, Juke. Wow.
Puts him on skates en route to the nice flush, and that will draw a timeout. We will step away.
Oh, boo, my new chick so cool, whipping my demons, swimming my old fears. My son is watching, my daughter's headed to college, and they can't eat off logic or God's timing unless it's God's timing. Whoa, whoa.
Whipping, chopping pictures, popping like a candle. Soda, pop the pitches, 7 digits. Gotta count that quota. Ever tripping, ain't no tripping. Only stop with dollars rolling. Can you dig it? I'ma get it. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, whoop. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like a what? Popping like a can of soda. Can you tell her? Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, popping like a can of soda. We been whipping, chopping pictures, popping like a can of soda. Pop the pitches, 7 digits. Gotta count that quota. Ever tripping, ain't no tripping. Only stop with dollars rolling. Can you dig it? I'ma get it. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, whoop. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like a what? Popping like a can of soda. Can you tell her? Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, popping like a can of soda. We been whipping, chopping pictures, popping like a can of soda. Pop the pitches, 7 digits. Gotta count that quota. Ever tripping, ain't no tripping. Only stop with dollars rolling. Can you dig it? I'ma get it. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, whoop. Popping like a can of soda. Popping like a what? Popping like a can of soda. Can you tell her? Popping like a can of soda. Popping like, popping like a can of soda,
Popping like a soda can, man. I ain't worried about your friends. Had nobody, man. You know what I'm saying? Like a soda can, man. I ain't worried about your friends. Had nobody, man. You know what I'm saying?
Popping like a candle. Don't move too fast. Spin a couple bands, though. I'm in love with that ass. Popping like a candle. Don't move too fast. Spin a couple bands, yeah. You wrong for that.
And we are back here in the Bay Area facing a 6-point deficit here, 2:20 to play in the first half. Showtime Basketball has put the clamps down on the offensive approach. Bay Area, they had, I believe it was 21 in the first half, just 10, or in the first quarter, rather, Rick, 10 in the second quarter. Meanwhile, it's a deep gut check 3 as the shot clock expires.
I don't know what the hell that was, Mark. I'm confused at that point. Never mind.
The offensive approach just has not been there right now for Showtime, for Bay Area in the second quarter. They have just not been nearly as efficient on the offensive end as they were in the first quarter.
Yeah, Showtime. Hey, give Showtime some credit, man. Bay Area didn't shoot. Bay Area's probably shooting worse than these shot in these other 2 games that they played so far. Like, give them boys some credit. I mean, they only played 1 game, but they're shooting worse now than they did in that previous game.
One of the things that you can see in the second quarter as compared to the first is every single time Bay Area gets into the paint, we get a foul call to Curtis London. That and Bronny James to line. Every time that Bay Area gets into the paint here in the second quarter, it's a contested layup. They've got a body on them. They've got somebody disrupting that shot. That didn't happen in the first quarter.
Agreed. I think Jew wore them out in the paint. I think he had a tune of like 14 points or something like that against Showtime. So, yeah, they've obviously made some changes, and it's looking good so far.
First free throw falls for Bronny James. Extends it to a game-high 7-point lead, and he won't get the second fall. Keeps it there. Rebound headed the opposite direction for Xavier Pope. Ronnie Shanahan. In.
Wow.
Ooh, looks like a charge.
Yeah, man. I think that's. I don't know. I tell you what, we in Bay Area, baby. We in San Fran. That's a charge. That's a charge in Hollywood.
It is in 50 seconds to go. Ethan Letterman with the ball. Showtime trying to set up. It could be a 2-for-1 opportunity. Ronnie James, pin down screen, 3-ball.
Oh. Good
Rebound
job.
time, head in the opposite direction.
Both teams look sharp, man. Both teams look good. Again, you can tell the talent that's on the court because both teams can have players that can just do whatever when they want to when they get a chance on the offense and defensive side.
Sanderson.
Rebound there for Roy Sanderson. And he gets the offensive rebound, excuse me, to follow.
And don't get it twisted. Shanahan will be a starter on almost any other team in Cimarron.
I
He's
would
that
agree.
good. He's
The
that good.
90th ranked player in the league.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted. Step back.
Step back. Ronnie hits it.
Ronnie James.
That looks familiar. I think I've seen a James do that before.
Carbon copy of his father. That pushes the lead to 6.
Bob is losing his
41-35
mind right now. Sorry, Bob.
at halftime. We'll be back. Welcome back for the second half. Bay Area Breakers facing a 6-point deficit to Showtime basketball at home. Jukka G carrying Showtime 8 points, 4 of 8 shooting. Ronnie James has 6 points and 7. Xavier Pope with 2.
Man, that's a tough shot. They are the king of tough shots, I promise you.
Rick in the first half, Dime Hardaway 11 points in just 6 minutes of poop as the alley-oop attempt too high for Ronnie James. Inside.
That's 4 quick points right there, baby.
4 points now to kick off the quarter for Pope, 41-39.
Yeah, I said Bay Area came back with a game plan. They came out ready to fire. Bay Area came out ready to fire. This is when you gotta hold it down short time. They can get out here early now. They like to put teams out the way in the third.
Seems as if there's a little bit more offensive play calling and structure here to kick off the first minute as Trey Hyman can't get that one to go, but he draws the
Good
foul.
foul.
He gains on the foul.
Good. That's a good veteran foul right there by a young fella. I'm just a fan of a good foul, Marsh. There's an art to it.
Well, in that moment, I actually really do agree with you. Trey Hyman is going to score on Ronnie James, and that is a bigger basketball player than him. That was going to be...
Marsh, really quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt. Does SWH have drug testing policies?
I don't know what to do, but you look at Trey Hyman and you have to wonder, right?
Right? Like, just a case. I don't want to come in that later. You know what I mean? You know how news gets spread fast. But, man, that guy's jailhouse built.
16 going on 26. I mean,
Jeez.
Massive. He's not alone. I mean, Tyson Simpson, Reza Red, not in the game currently, but Joey Forties. I mean, look, Corey Yams is a big kid. Even he doesn't look as big as Trey Hyman.
Agreed. Agreed. Nobody looks as big as Trey Hyman except the Hulk.
He's a big guy.
Legal
And he's going to get called for defense.
He cheats a lot. That big fella cheated over a lot, too. That's his second one tonight.
As we get a look at Yell's block of the game. This is Corey Yams with the block early on.
And saved it. That made it even better. Saved the possession.
Yell's block of the game brought to us by Yells.
I'm having a super, since we're talking about Yells, I'm having a super rocket moment. Speaking of blocking, and that's one of the special talents about Hakeem. Not only did he block the shot, but all the time he will block it inbounds to his teammates so they can save the possession. That's beautiful basketball.
One of the issues that Dwight Howard never really figured out was that he was always trying to just slap the ball to the fifth row.
Right.
And you're like, my brother, we need the
You're
ball.
getting the ball back. Yes. Yes.
Like,
most shot blockers don't think about it. Like Shaq, there's only two shot blockers that thought about it. That was Hakeem and Mutombo. They kept the ball in play for the other team, so it was really a turnover. Oh,
I would add
Bill
Russell did do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Bill and Will. I'm not taking that from those guys.
Now, Will just chase stats in general.
He chased everything. Will chased everything.
Both sides. Or one way or another. 45-41 Showtime lead. Late shot clock. Going to have to be a late clock shot from Xavier Pope. That falls. Back to 45-43 here. 2 minutes into the third quarter of basketball. And we've got really what we were hoping for from our nightcap of a triple header. A competitive game between two teams really expected to hang around in the league. And Trey Hyman swats away that alley-oop attempt. But Ronnie James for a three will fall, his second straight.
That's back to back.
48-43.
One thing I know about these James, if they get hot, it can get over with really quick.
Do you think that Bronny will ever be? Now look, he's 17, so this is unfair to take too much. But do you think he will get to that type of when LeBron got going? Katie Ship rattled him.
That's called home cooking right there, boy.
It's knowing the rim. Katie Ship gets
yes, bro. Wow, it took all the paint off.
Timeout. 48-46 as we get a great view of the Bay Bridge Athletic Club and the gorgeous view of the mountain range. I always forget the name of it.
I know those tickets are way too high with those people sitting there right now.
You think they are for
yeah. It's San Francisco, bro. Everything called. They charge you for air out there.
Point. But I appreciate this gorgeous view that we're getting of everything. A very nicely built court. I can't imagine playing and getting access to the Bay Bridge Athletic Club is easy to accomplish.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, 2-11 in progress.
Hardaway continue to make a difference off the bench.
Way to step up. Drew could not give up on the play, though.
Curtis London has also checked in here for Bay Area. Israel Vines inside to Bronny, can't get it to go. On rebound, gets it to follow.
Intuitiveness.
James.
Let me tell you something, man. That's a pretty good guy for the number 28th ranked in Sim World.
Right. So according to Draft Express, the number 10 ranked prospect for the 2024 NBA draft.
Yeah. So a lot of questions to be answered.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Put 4 yams on the plate and then just air.
Wow. Now, Marsh, let me ask you something, Marsh. Is that a great offensive play, or was that charging? I don't know. That's a big fella. He looked like he did a football move on him that time. Did he stiff on him? I feel like he stiffed on him. Did he stiff on him? I'm actually gonna replay see if he got stiff on him.
It's Green. No way to get around that, but Corey Yams elegantly. I think this could be Yams flop. As Katie
you think he's hold on, Mark. You think my man Yams out there flopping?
I mean, last time down, you said that should have been an offensive foul. You're going to tell me that you get bodied by both Trey Hyman and Caden Ship?
You're right. He might be. He in Hollywood. He is in Hollywood now. You're right.
Acting lessons on the side.
It makes sense. I'll buy
it. You know what? If Corey Yams were to ever market a single product, he should market the Hungry Man meals.
Yeah.
You just call it a Hungry Yams and
I like it.
Run.
Hey, if anybody in SeaWorld can do it, it would be him, right?
It would be Corey. Absolutely.
I don't know if he has a PR team or he does it himself, but whoever's working is working as well.
He does have a certain
Timeout.
We get a timeout here from the Bay Area with 3:04 to go.
Breakers.
We'll stay here at the Bay Area Athletic Club for this timeout. But he does have a personality, very unique. You know exactly who you're talking to when you're talking to Corey Yams. You are not going to confuse him with somebody else. I mean that in the best possible way. That's not an insult.
Yeah, right now I agree, and it's like what you see, which is what you get with the young man, and I guess you can respect that, right? You can all respect. He's going to tell you how he feels, and if he feels whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, so I guess you can respect that.
Time Hardaway feeds it inside. Ronnie Shanahan can't get the contested layup to go. Bronny James on the defense.
Yeah, that's a good.
Time Hardaway with the layup, and one of the biggest things here, Rick. 55-52. It is not as if this is like a not possible. We get another jumper to go there from Bronny James. This has been a sustained lead for Showtime.
Yep.
The quarter.
Good and one. I think Shanahan gets 1 and 1 per game. I think it's in his contract. He has to have 1 and 1 per game to stay on the team, and then he's doing it.
He is a great, and you mentioned it. He'd be a starter everywhere else in the league. He is one of the many royalties that the Bay Area Breakers have.
Yeah.
Nobody is bringing two guys like Dime Hardaway today and Ronnie Shanahan off the bench in similar.
and he's built like a damn running back. I don't know what they feeding these kids out here in Bay Area, and that's what makes beating Bay Area this year that much special, because it's not having a lead, it's sustaining it over 4 quarters, because they got basically 2 starting lineups they can throw at you. That's a great drive.
Israel.
That one to go. Israel Vines has also put on quite a show today. He might be the number 2 player on this team. I know Bryce is ranked higher than him, but he has looked like the number 2 guy tonight.
Hey, offensively, he's definitely been right behind Brunny. I was just about to say, I called their first game, and let me tell you whose name I did not call. Israel Vines. So they've definitely done something different that they haven't done in the first game, because I'm calling a person's name that I didn't know existed last week.
Thrown away there on the alley-oop attempt from Trey Hyman. Second unit looks to operate here, and a name that we haven't heard a lot of, and he's not on the floor right now, has been Royce Anderson, the guy that I proclaimed had the capability to be number 1. We haven't seen a lot of him. It's been a big Dime Hardaway, Caden chip backcourt, and the block there from Jackson McLean. From Letterman Jr., we got a $1:10 left here in the third quarter. Showtime clinging to a 2-point lead. Joey Voorhees put on
Come on, Letterman!
Steal from Letterman.
Wow.
King of finish again, and Voorhees avoids going in top 10 with probably 15 plays if you're asking the two of us.
Oh my God! And that's how you not make top 10, Marshall. Execution.
We were this close to greatness.
Almost. He was almost there. I was cheering for him. I'm impressed with Showtime's defense. That's good defense right there. I'm thoroughly impressed with their defense right now.
They come out and played very aggressive. They have not allowed Bay Area any type of penetration. They have forced them into late shot clock contested jumpers. This has been an all-around very, very good defensive performance in Showtime basketball. As now Xavier will try to get the last shot.
And you notice, in case you guys didn't watch the first game, Bay Area scored 84 points their first game. So having 57 points is not something they're accustomed to right now.
Xavier Pope's 3 won't go. Israel Vines' heave at the buzzer also won't, and that'll take us to the final 8. Showtime 59-57. We've got 8 minutes of competitive basketball left. Showtime on top of the Bay Area Breakers, 59-57, in what has been exactly what was billed. Two of the best teams in World Hoops going toe-to-toe, trying to come out with a statement win early on in the season. Rick, what are we looking for in the final?
Hey, I expect nothing less than a fourth as great as the first 3 quarters, man. Both teams have really put on performance, and I'm impressed with both teams, offensively and defensively. They tell me win, lose, or draw tonight. I know there's 2 teams for sure that can dominate both offensive and defensive side of the court.
Have been dominant here from the Bay Area for Royce Anderson's layup. Draws back even for a game that they have not led since the first quarter when they went up 6, 21-15.
Wow.
Ethan Letterman 3 to close the quarter made it 21-18, and since then, Showtime has held at least a 2-3 lead. Is
right on cue, Marsh.
Three.
Uno dos tres.
Royce Anderson back in, gets the screen from Trey Hyman. Dishes up over the top, and Hyman has really struggled today, Rick, inside the paint, especially on smaller defenders.
Agree. They've had Hyman is one of the studs of this new class, and so we expect them to dominate every night, and tonight has not been a dominating situation for Hyman at all.
Couldn't get that one to go over Bronny James. Failed to get one to go over Rice James. Rice James misses that one. Had a chance to push the lead to 6. Instead, it's a kick inside Royce Anderson and he struggles in the paint.
Yeah.
The Bay Area continue.
They just play really good. You know, I think it's just been a really good team effort defensively for Showtime, and they look good, man. Wow, put him in the mix. Put him in the mix.
James pushes the lead back to 5 so after Royce Anderson drawn this thing even at 59, 5 straight points. Lead is back with 5:55 to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Coach Poe got some up his sleeve. He's gonna need something because great defense. Look at the help D. Wow.
The James brothers combining there to block Royce Anderson. Bold move to leave Dime Hardaway open beyond the arc, but they did it nonetheless. And then on the other end, layup.
Strong. Look, let me say this much again. I called their last game, and one clear thing I can see about this team now, Brady took a lot of shots the last game, but it looked like a lot of forced shots. Now, the shots he's getting tonight looks like it's within the floor. He's getting a lot of shots, but it's within the floor of the offense. You know what I mean? Jukas had looks. Vines has looks. Letterman had looks. So it's kind of like everybody's getting their touches and their looks, and then Brandon's just getting his when he can get his, and it's looking really good right now.
And yet again, the third blocked alley.
You can't throw an alley on Trey Hyman apparently. He blocks out the sun whenever he jumps.
And the 3-pointer was missed by Royce Anderson on the other end, an air ball. 66-59 with 5:12 to go here.
It's too old. They go 3-ball in the corner.
Rice can't get it to go. Pushed it to double figures here in the 4th. And another block from Bronny James.
That's just like his dad. No BS. Call now, for real. Chill out. That's just like his pops right there. No, come on, man.
James with the pin dunk or block, and he gets the contested layup to go. And things are unraveling for Bay Area. A 9-0 run for Showtime with 4:34. They lead by 9.
Wow.
And now a chance to push the double figures as the miss layup from Caden Shipp on the other end.
Wow. I don't know. Look, I don't know. Like I said, besides like the last game, I don't know between Showtime. Oh my gosh.
Bronny
and
James, another one.
Hey, I don't know who else picked Showtime to win this night besides me. Did I pick Showtime? I might not have picked him either. No, I picked Showtime tonight. Oh, good steal. This was 2-11 progress by Juka.
Juka can't get that to go. would have extended this lead to 13, but Bronny James now he
Oh
gets
my gosh!
quick pocket in open court. Bryce James
Good
lights
move!
it up
Oh my
and
god!
in. It's a
Bryce
13-0 run for
James.
Showtime here in the fourth
Wow.
quarter. All of it coming from the hands
Wow.
of Bronny and Bryce James.
Wow! Wow! Folks, we saw some games that early today we thought could get out of hand. Never in our wildest dream would we thought that this would be one game that would get out of hand.
Chris
It's a
Anderson
groove.
a break the 72-61. But a 13-0 run from Bronny and Bryce James here to start the fourth quarter has been what Showtime did it. Corey Yam with the slam on
A cherry drop. He got Yam cherry dropped on. Wow. Cherry drops. Wow.
My goodness.
Oh, see that breaks the team spirit. Plays like that breaks the team spirit wide open. That's a great three, but that play, that's a momentum shifter right there. That's crazy. Bay Area's going crazy, and they not even on the home team.
This game is teetering. Turnaround shot won't fall from Mark Chisholm. And the door is ever so slightly cracked open. And now they've got a shot to cut it to a
Ain't off the gas, baby. That's a great take. Bay Area sticking to the script. I like it.
74-66. They had a 13-0 run dropped on them here in the fourth quarter. They've got a chance to put together a quick 6-0 run to make what looked to be the ending script of this game look ever so different.
Wow. Yeah, hey, both these teams had the ability to put on a bunch of points in a hurry. You just saw Bay Area do the same.
Lead is 7, 2:23 to play. Bronny James across the middle. Guarded by Caden Shipp. Offensive switch. Is Pope on him. Curtis London, and it won't matter. Bronny James, 2 more. The degree of difficulty, Rick, that these shots have been for Bronny James has been impressive. As we get a timeout from Bay Area with 2:03 to play in a 76-67 Showtime lead.
He shot that over the whole Bay Area.
Bronny James, like I said, the degree of difficulty of these shots has steadily risen as this quarter has gone on. And that one was as tough as they come through 3 defenders with the game teetering in the balance. A 6-0 run, potentially flipping the script of this impressive fourth for Showtime. That steadies it.
Hey, I've seen great play on both sides of the ball tonight, and I'm impressed with both teams. But Showtime's really showing me something, especially based on how they played last week. People starting to put question marks by their name. You know what I mean? So they came out and said, "Hold on, y'all chill out. We still are who we said we are, and we here to play."
We get a great in-arena graphic of Rick's blazing takes.
Yes, sir. Get your fix every Monday morning.
Every Monday morning, can't miss it. Our player of the game, of course, Bronny James, for his impressive performance, and the fact that you mentioned he's number 11th in the country right now in SimWorld Hoops. It would be tough after this performance for me to find 11 guys or 10 guys that I would take over Bronny James.
Look here, I didn't have 11 guys last week. I didn't have 11 guys last month. I've been said this man is like top 5. So, hey, he didn't say nothing. You never heard him say a mumbling word. He just went out there and doing his work. So, he lets work doing the talking for him.
Caden Shipp's 3 won't fall, and this could be at a 9-point lead for 56. We're going to take a quick break. we are back, and it is Bay Area ball. Let's fill you in real quick. A delay of game was called on Showtime. That's what led to the break, and that is what gives Bay Area the ball, and it also gives Bay Area 2 points.
It cost them 2, sure did. You gotta be smarter.
76-69. That could be pivotal. 140 to play. And Showtime survived that delay of game that gave an extra possession to Bay Area. The other way.
Hey, we don't know. We know both teams is capable of going on streaks. This could be the spark that lead Bay Area to a streak now.
Shooting ship operating on G.
See,
it's that
there we go.
5-point game. 120 left. Bay Area. This
Now,
game is not
what
done
do
yet.
you do? What do you do right now, Marsh? If you Bay Area, I mean, if you Showtime.
You lead the call on Bryce. The ball headed back to Bay Area.
Wow! It is crumbling right before our eyes right now. Wow!
A delay of game opened the door. 2 straight baskets now in a league stream. 5 minutes for 5 points. Royce Anderson cuts it through.
They need a timeout.
76-74. 1 minute to play. The lead has dwindled. 7 quick points from Bay Area. 50 seconds to play. And James in for the
Running with the clutch.
a stabilizing dunk, pushing the lead back to 4. 40 seconds. Cody Chip kicks it. 3. Curtis Williams.
Good rebound, Drew. What we do is gonna hold or what they
He's bleeding the clock down.
Yeah, smart move.
Just about seals it. And this one we're wide open, and we're gonna get a defense.
Wow, that's number 3 on Bay Area. Wow.
3 seconds.
Wow.
On Royce Anderson, the first 2 came on Trey Hyman.
1 shot.
Bryce James a chance to push it
Bryce
back.
James shooting the technical free throw.
That also
Marsh, is this considered an upset?
it is if you look at the first game of the season, but if you followed everything that had been happening up until this point, no, I don't think that this is an upset considering the talent level of both teams. Though it's certainly a statement win.
Statement win. Okay. Statement. Not an upset statement. I go with that.
Area can be beaten.
Yeah, because I think that was a little bit of the talk, right? After a while, people's question, were they like, an unbeaten squad? So, hey, here we go.
Foul called on Caden Ship. That will not be the bonus, so Showtime still has to inbound it one more time. 1 timeout apiece. G open in the corner.
G shot it.
He's going to take it. It won't fall.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that to happen.
Royce Anderson's 3 missed. It decides not to pass.
That's it right there. Katie, come lock the door, baby. Game over. It's here over.
And that will just about do it. Bay Area has a timeout. I'm sure we'll see it used after this.
Take a break. 2 shots.
For Showtime. UVD chance to do that for them. And the what seemed to be improbable rally will, in fact, be just that. It'll come up short for Bay Area, but it's because of a 13-0 run from Showtime.
Wow.
Early in the 4th quarter, led by Bronny James with some assistance from his younger brother Bryce to make this a Showtime win, their first of the season,
On the road.
Against Bay Area.
Yeah, and they played it again, both sides, offense and defense. They gave up 74 to the Breakers, but it was a really hard-fought team effort. They neutralized their big fella, Trey Hyman, and hey, these guys showing you, hey, everybody can be beat, baby. What a week going on week 2 we've started in SimWorld.
This has been the type of game that we were looking to see. It completes 3 games of our SimWorld TV triple header that were extremely exciting, from the arrival of Patricio Ramirez in SimWorld South America, the first win of the season for Beyond the Arch after they come back to 24-point losses, and now Showtime. A major statement not only for their talent level, but also the fact that Bay Area can, in fact, be defeated. Xavier falls.
Hey, Bay Area's go. Let me tell you, they just a team. They got so many weapons, man. They're like Freddy Krueger or Jason. When you think you kill him, there's always a part 2 coming. A sequel's coming after that, man. He's not dead. He's just laying still.
Well, they certainly have a lot of weapons, but credit to Showtime because they neutralized a lot of them for much of the second and third quarter, and until the last minute and a half here in the fourth, most of the fourth as well. They just did not allow Bay Area to get into the offensive sequence that we saw them get into so many times against the Best Coast Ballers.
Yeah, agreed, man. Look, you got to tip your hat to these guys. They went out there and they earned it on the road. The chips were down on them, but they never got down on themselves. And, hey, they're victorious tonight.
81-77. 2 more free throws for Bronny James. Chance to
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Yeah, we still here.
4.6. This is really just for stats at this point. This will be a win for Showtime. They move to 1-1. Bay Area Breakers will also move to 1-1. A big win. We've said it multiple times. We will be back on Wednesday. Do not miss out for our second day of SpinWorld TV here this week. That's going to be Originators and Bad Boys, Lakeshore Drive, Rocky Mountain, and West Coast Asia Pacific. But as the clock hits 0, we thank you for tuning in for 3 games. For my partner in the booth, Rick Blaze, for our producer, Ron Yell, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.
Mm.